that Artextric is now live. Streaming art, de-roaring fun. Botrix official said be a support hero today, by using commands like support.
Okay. All right. So let's see here. X this out. Okay. Don't need this anymore. Do I need this? I need this. X this out. X this out. Okay. Need this. I don't think so. This. I do need some of this. Okay, X this out. Do I need this? Nope, I don't think so. In my head, like that. Okay. I don't think I need that. Anything like that. No, don't need that. Or so. Okay. 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 All right. Let's get down to it.
Nightbot said be a support hero today, by using
Okay,
commands
like
like /donation.
Now I gotta get these colors right. I need to fix something real quick. I don't know if I did color them or not. I'm pretty sure I did, but I'm not too sure if I didn't. I thought I did this. I thought I did this already. No, I must have done this. There's no way. Oh no. Was Bean. Is this the only one that's here? So I never saved it? The hell? That's weird. I didn't save that? I thought I did this already. What the fuck? Okay. That's weird. I thought I did this already. Huh. So how do I fix this problem? I never save the coloring process. Okay. I don't know what happened here. I guess I'll... So I never call it this? Okay. Wait, what? I guess I never bothered to color it. What the hell? Why did I not color this? The fuck? What was I doing? Okay. What was I doing? So weird. Okay. I know I colored this. Where? Okay, you know what?
N0TRED_GT said Artextric.
What's good?
They_K said hi Artex.
What's going on? What's up, guys?
N0TRED_GT said guess what?
What?
N0TRED_GT said I just got a new drawing tablet.
Let's go.
N0TRED_GT said grinning face with smiling eyes emoji.
That's great.
They_K said hi I'm new, what do you do on Yit?
I do artwork. I do anime artwork. There I go. Okay, let's go. Okay, that's a little bit good. And then I thought I did this already. I'm gonna just put the basic colors. I'm not gonna shade this or anything. Cause I don't have time to do that. I have other stuff I have to do. I thought I did this already. That's what makes this weird. Let's see there.
I was coming down on it dosage. I just popped around, now I'm up and she said she would stay long as I was sober. No to the pain, can't obtain your disclosure.
Okay, there we go.
I needed a break, need a moment. I can never fake these emotions. I can never claim or remain heartbroken. Numb to the pain, are you friend getting closer? I'm in on the pain when them things I'm rolling. Never been the same, I'm reclaiming focus. Never love again, that's a pain I'm over. Never love again, that's a pain I'm over. I've been switching lanes and I ain't not rover. I can never hang when the daytime's over. Daytime's over, should stay nice over. Keep me entertained cause I hate life sober.
N0TRED_GT said this character somehow reminds me of Kisuri from 100 Girlfriends. They_K said I'm so fucking stupid it says it on her channel bro. N0TRED_GT said I'm
You'd be surprised how many people ask me that question and they don't take the time to read the actual title. I kind of find it funny sometimes. I don't know if sometimes they're trolling sometimes, or they really did not genuinely look down. I many times I have on the screen, I'll say exactly the tablet and everything on the screen. It'll be in the corner right here, right? And they'll still ask me what tablet do I use and what software. It'll be literally in front of them in red. And it'll say link in bio too, but they do not look at it. We're pretty cooked, I'm just saying. I don't know. And the person was like, I didn't see it at all. I'm like, how do you not see the one message on the corner?
N0TRED_GT said hi.
Hi, hello. Guys, you can hear me, right?
N0TRED_GT said yeah.
Okay, good. I don't know if there's any latency, so we just changed the latency, so I'm hoping that it's only like a 2-second delay.
N_K asks yay.
me see. Okay, good. Because I'm making sure the latency is not, it's not like a 20-second delay. We was having that problem for a long time, and we finally figured out what was causing that issue. On YouTube.
N0TRED_GT asks the text-to-speech guy or your voice.
Let's see. No, more of just me and my voice in general.
N0TRED_GT said oh all.
Yeah. Alright, so today I'm trying to get this colored as fast as possible for a future video that I have coming up. I thought I did this, but apparently I did not. So that's annoying to know. So I'm solving this problem now. I thought I did this already, but apparently I guess I didn't. There we go. Okay, over here. Up. Good. Okay. We're just playing the base colors alone. We're not doing a bunch of shading and stuff. I don't have time for that. I got other things I have to get out of the way. Okay. Oh. Okay, like this, and we go around like that.
N0TRED_GT asks what was the previous song's name?
The previous song, it was called High Noon by Deep October. That's the singer's, I think, stage name. Deep October. I'll go back for you just so I played.
N0TRED_GT said thanks.
No problem. No problem.
Ty said hi.
Hello, Ty. What's going on, bro?
N0TRED_GT said hello, Ty.
Hello. Okay.
Latent_K said, wow, bro.
Hold on. Over.
Latent_K said, it's not saying my other chats.
Oh, that's YouTube doing that. Or Nightbot, one of those two things.
Latent_K asks why.
I don't know, that's YouTube doing that. Maybe you're saying something they don't like, so they are stopping you from saying it. Just like TikTok does that. It's fucking annoying, but it is what it is. Maybe the choice of words you're using, and they find it problematic or something. I don't know. Yeah. Tell you, we're walking into a real dystopian future.
Latent_K said, wow, comment read my other one.
Okay, there you go.
Ty asks what you're drawing. Latent_K said, fine, I'll say it nicely, lol.
I'm working on a drawing of one of my mods because it's for a future video. I thought I did this already, but apparently I didn't. I don't know where the hell my head was when I was doing this.
Ty said, oh cool.
Okay. Fucking knew it. Okay, you know what? That was stupid. Okay, let me go back. Get rid of this. Because I realized that was just in the way. So I'm going to take my pen. Okay. Okay. Alright, and then what we're gonna do is... What? Let me write. Oh my god. What now?
Latent_K said they don't fuck with Kai.
Let me see here. Shit. Okay.
Oh, too nice on amphetamines. I draw lines to their heavenly melodies. I felt fine but then fell asleep, questioning everything. Can't deny who I'm crediting for taking me. Things I didn't know, thoughts we never thought of. Darkness in my glow, a chalk line made of stardust, like softening the glow. Saw all in my nostrils, they ball straight to my nose. Stones all on my tonsils, like. Stones all on my tonsils, like. I am the coldest one.
Oh.
Physically, mentally, too much to show you love. I am alone again. So caught up in anger, you stubborn and notice it. I care for nothing but your entertainment. Cause fuck my utopia. My mama told me once. So make sure you're old enough. Strapped in the city, as black as my room. My captor left plenty, a master, thank you. Offer to be a new casualty. Offer to be a new casualty soon. Too nice on amphetamines. I draw lines to their heavenly melodies. Their melodies are settling. Too nice on amphetamines. I draw lines to their heavenly melodies. I felt fine but then fell asleep. Questioning everything. Can't deny who I'm crediting for taking me down.
Okay, like that, and then shit. Oh my god, this thing always likes to fucking okay. Okay, she's done.
Coffee Bean said hi.
Hello. It's only 17. Wait, what? What the hell? What is happening? Okay, wait, something's not right. I can see the colors. What? Wait, how does that make sense?
Ryuga Samurai said good evening everyone.
Hello, bro.
Ryuga Samurai said hi.
What's up, bro? I hope you're doing well. Is it just all in black and white? Let me see. No, there is a filter somewhere. Where is the filter? There has to be a filter on top of this. I can't find it, but okay, if I take the Multiply. There it is. Gotcha, bitch.
Kofi Streambot said visit Artextric's Kofi page at.
There you go.
Botrix official said be a support hero today by using commands like support.
Did I do the same thing to Bry? I don't see that. I thought I colored this already. What the hell is this? This is some bullshit, yo.
Samurai asks.
I was so certain I colored this already.
Ryuga Samurai said oh.
This is weird. I don't know why. This is happening. Whatever. I don't mind. I'm just putting the base colors anyway. My dumbass didn't color this for someone. I don't know why.
They said it's all just heredity. I think it's nonsense. They all just want me to get my life away. I'm thinking positive, negative forces draining my energy. Me time away in different places, get me away from here, yeah. Regular basis, every day, shit, another hemisphere, yeah. I can't typically just ignore it, but I want anything for me and my shorty. She has empathy for what's important, and I've been listening to her little gorgeous thoughts and sympathy. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. And I don't deserve it. I'm always numb. I'm always stuck. Like how the fuck? Come on.
I'm done. I'm done. I'm done.
Nightbot said be a support hero today by using commands like /donation.
This is wild. I thought I did this already. For some odd reason, I feel like I did, and somehow something went left. Either my dumbass did not fucking did not save, or whatever. I don't know. Something fuck. I don't know what the hell. I don't know. It's the weirdest shit I ever seen. This is something. This is my mods. This is not per se a character.
Is it true? I'm high all the time 'cause of you. I died inside, it's a mood. I'm fine to drive, I'm cool. I'm high, not seeing too. Bright lights,
To answer your question,
white lines inside my room. Might die tonight like soon. Eyes blue like my mood. My mood, my mood, my mood. Might change, might make my move. I hate, I cannot choose. I choose you. Is it true? I'm high all the time 'cause of you. I died inside, it's a mood. I'm fine to drive, I'm cool. I'm high, not seeing too.
Ryuga Samurai asks, is this for a banner?
no, it's for a future video actually. I thought I did this already. I was gonna just take this, put this in the video, and call it a day. But no, I have to do this crap. Now this just took time away from me to making some videos for some animatics. Now I have to do this, put the base colors in, and then we can go do some animatic stuff. This is some bullshit. My dumbass did not save, or something went left. It's promotion for something, but I can't talk about it right now. But it is for a video, for TikTok. I might put it on YouTube as well, but I'm not totally sure yet.
Ryuga Samurai said okay, gotcha.
It's kind of crazy. My dumbass did not save this. This pisses me off.
More Small Cafe said by yo.
Hiyo. Hiyo.
Mora's Small Cafe said, 3. Ryuga Samurai said by Yomora. Mora's Small Cafe said meet Bry.
I hope you're doing well, Bry. I hope you're doing well, Brad. Are you doing okay and keeping positive and
Ryuga
stuff?
Samurai said meet Mora.
I really
Mora's
wish you
Small
can play
Cafe
game with
said
us.
by Yo D.
I really would love to have Bry play game with us, me and Mike. It'll be so much fun.
Ryuga Samurai said yeah, just got over my cold.
You got a cold? Oh, I'm sorry, my dude. I hope you feel better. I'm sorry, my dude. Feel better.
Ryuga Samurai said lasted shorter than I expected.
Well, that's better than it lasting longer, so I'm glad that is at least going away fast.
Mora's Small Cafe said oh sorry Bry gives Bry soup.
Why are you poisoning that man? Give him some meat. Give him some he needs protein. That's what will make you feel better. That's what he needs. You don't need no fucking soup. Give him some meat. Give him a steak or something.
Better hang tight, it's gonna be a late night. I can't shake my ambition to stay high. It's a gray sky, can you come and stay by? Just in case I can't make it to daytime. 7 straight nights make me fucking hate life.
Ryuga Samurai said Mora you can't say that word around teach. Mora's Small Cafe said soup is good for the soul and body.
I still fuck my ex though. I just need to let go. She hit my phone like EXO. White lines on the TV. It's breaking the dash so. Yes, no. My new manifesto. I'm never impressed though.
That's
Too much on my mental. I'm never impressed though. Too much on my mental. These drugs aren't safe. The walls are talking. In a dark place, surrounded by palm trees. Out of harm's way, shadows upon me. Wish I've been wanting my mind to quit pawn. Trust me, just peek this morning. This shit's intense, endorphins. 10p, 6 deep, you're gorgeous. Get clean, miss me is for the. Trust me, just peek this morning. This shit's intense, endorphins. 10p, 6 deep, you're gorgeous. Get clean, miss me is for the best. Better hang tight, it's gonna be a late night. I can't shake my ambition to stay high. It's a gray sky, can you come and stay by? Just in case I can't make it to daytime. 7 straight nights make me fucking hate life. Hit your FaceTime every other late night. Except for this time, cause I hate to say bye. Could've saved lives, probably couldn't save mine.
okay.
I stay by your picture when I'm stoned. Troubles deep on sugar on the drive home. Shadows in the flicker of the light bulbs. Anyone remember me when I go lie low, lie low. I've been suicidal, thinking with my eyes closed. No matter where I go, this decision is final. Never look behind you, might see what you don't like to. I don't talk to God, but sometimes sometimes wish I could find you. I look in her eyes, I see dreams, I see vitals, and I've been seeing signs and the things I was blind to. Call me a name, can you make me confess? All of the things that you hate are surprised when it stays in my brain and it makes me a mess.
Identifies on the days when you hate after pass. Pass and a surrender and death. Really fucking high.
I've been coming undone, put me in a cycle. Something about a jaw, you can see it in my eye. Something about your love gets me really fucking high. I've been coming undone, put me in a cycle. Through my mind you run from problems that you hide. Call me a name, can you make me confess? All of the things that you hate are surprised when it stays in my brain and it makes me a mess. Staying depressed, something strange
and death.
Call me a name, can you make me confess? All of the things that you hate are surprised when it stays in my brain and it makes me a mess. Staying depressed.
Bro, I got the coolest colors. Just saying. Got some fly colors.
Ryuga Samurai said honestly a steak would hit right now.
Yeah, it would. I am hungry
Ryuga
too.
Samurai said facts.
I am hungry too. Alright, Bry's done. Okay, we put the base colors on him. Okay. Yeah. Am I doing something wrong? Okay, that's there.
Anyone remember me when I go lie low, lie low. I've been suicidal, that game with my eyes closed. No matter where I go, this decision is final. Never look behind you, might see what you don't like to. I don't talk to God, but sometimes wish I could find you. I look in her eyes, I see dreams, I see vitals, and I've been seeing signs and the things I was blind to. Call me a name, can you make me confess? All the things that you hate.
Oh, I gotta fix his hand. I'm gonna fix that now.
Staying depressed, something stranger than death. Call me a name, can you make me confess?
Who the fuck is Ari? Bro, I swear to God. Bro, where's Ari and Bean? What the fuck is happening? Shit! Oh my god, I thought I deleted them.
Samurai said, "Is that Mike?"
Yeah, I gotta fix Mike. I gotta fix his hand. This is in reverse. Cycle. Okay. Fucking high. That's Mike. What the hell?
Ryuga Samurai said, "Okay, gotcha." Sub underscore T0 underscore M0 SS underscore 0 N underscore clause said, "Wait, how do I join?" Mora's Small Cafe said he got to live with it supers everywhere.
hate you. Let me see here. Wait, what am I? What the hell? Oh! What the fuck? Hold on.
Ryuga Samurai said lol.
What the hell? How did I... What the hell? How did I... Okay. Not sure what just happened there, but okay. Let me fix it real quick, and then I can... Wait. No! Let me guess, if I delete this... Let me see. Son of a bitch, okay. I don't know what happened here, but whatever. Did someone ask a question? Hold on, he got to live with the superware. It's okay. Wait, how do I join? What do you mean by join?
Mora's Small Cafe said where is I? 3.
Where is what? Where's who? And I remember coloring Mike. I remember this. For some odd reason, my dumbass did not, for some odd reason, save it. Stupid. Let's fix that. Oh, there he is. What the fuck? Okay, whatever. Okay, this that saved me so much time. I'm actually gonna take off the shading. Take off the shading. Just keep it basic for now. It's Mikey. Oh, I know where I went wrong. Okay. It's not the placement of the hand, it's the knuckles. It's not supposed to be there. That's where I went wrong. Now, sometimes some of these songs remind me of old PS2 games, Japanese PS2 games, JRPGs.
Mora's Small Cafe said, where is me in the drawing? Loudly crying face emoji, loudly crying face emoji, loudly crying face emoji, forgotten and abandoned lol.
I'm not even sure what you want me to draw you as. You gotta give me an idea on that one. Unless it's the same Autobot.
Mora's Small Cafe said, you can go, what was on the old banner?
You sure you don't want not something you can just like... You don't want to use like a form of reference of something?
Mora's Small Cafe said, I is Robo. Ashel said hi.
Hello.
Ryuga Samurai said, you're not forgotten. Mora people hugging emoji.
Never forgotten.
Ryuga Samurai said hi Ashel.
Hello. Never forgotten.
Ashel said hi.
Hello, Ashel. What's going on?
Mora's Small Cafe said, thanks bri, loudly crying face emoji hug. Ashel said, the art is amazing.
Thank you. We gotta fix his hand though. Looks kind of weird. 1, 2, 3, 4. Over 3. And then this.
Ashel said, you're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Maddie, 2 hearts emoji, said hi.
Hello. Hello, hello. Oh, that looks horrible.
Ryuga Samurai said hi Maddie. Ugh.
my god! You know what? Fuck it.
Maddie, 2 hearts emoji, said nice to meet you.
Hello, Maddie. Nice to meet you as well. What brings you to the neighborhood today? That's it, Mike. You're getting a new hand, bro. I can't. This shit's stupid. You're getting a brand new hand, my bro.
Ashel just followed.
Okay, thank you.
Kofi Streambot said visit Artextric's Kofi page at
Oh, this fucking thumb.
Botrix official said be a support hero today by using commands like /donation.
Oh my god.
Luke Honest Beetle said I like her ghost guy.
Oh, Gunther? Yeah, the ghosty ghost? He's a cutie.
Luke Honest Beetle said hi Gunther.
Yeah, he's the true MVP. He's the reason why people watch my streams, not... It wasn't for Gunther, I wouldn't got half my mods. I have plans for him anyway. I actually have some certain plans I want to do with Gunther for, but I wanted to implement for a while now.
Ryu the Samurai said lol.
I want to see if it works.
Luke Honest Beetle said everybody love Gunther.
Yeah, he's a cutie. Let's see here. Yes, and he is a Adventure Time reference. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bro, okay.
Luke Honest Beetle said is Gunther your fav Adventure Time character?
Yeah, he's cute. He's adorable. even though he causes mischief a little bit. I think the funniest thing is when if I remember, like I think Finn and Jake was captive under was held captive by Ice King, and Gunther broke one of their shits or something like that. I forgot what it was. It was really cute and funny. I think Jake said, "Oh, you can't stop us now. We have X, Y, and Z." And then Gunther just breaks it. He's like, "Oh man, I thought we had it now," or some shit like that. I forgot what it was, but it was funny. It was a funny scene. It's one of the, I think it was in like season 1 or season 2 of Adventure Time. Okay, let's see here. God, I hate you. I should put a chef hat on him instead of his cap. I should dress him like Sanji instead. Go.
Lucanus Beetle said I just got to Sanji. I'm reading One Piece.
I just got to Sanji and reading One Piece. Oh, okay. You just got to the they just got to the restaurant. Is everyone just rewatching One Piece or rereading? Like Mike just recently told me he's rewatching One Piece. And he just got to Usopp. And Usopp's right after Sanji. I find that funny. Is everyone just rewatching One Piece?
Lucanus Beetle said it's my first time.
Oh, okay. I was about to say.
Ryu the Samurai said Yari reading LOL.
Jesus Christ. You know you made yourself, you made a good franchise so people can rewatch your long history of anime. They'll rewatch it or no, reread it or rewatch it. That's crazy. That's amazing. Alright, finally fixed this problem. I finally fixed this issue. We don't have to make fun of, don't make fun of me anymore making the hand looking wild.
Lucanus Beetle said you know your story is good if people have been recommending it for a decade and it's still running lol.
That's why whenever I'm doing a we're doing a reaction video of like recommendations of anime stuff, I don't care if the video's like 10 years old. If the video is recommending stuff that is good, it doesn't matter. That's what makes anime or comic books pretty good. It doesn't matter how old the thing is. If it's good, It's good, and that always beats the testing time. So that's why when someone because you can recommend, like nearly every good anime like is 20 years old plus, like Dragon Ball, Yu Yu Hakusho, Hunter x Hunter, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Most of these franchises are more than 20 plus years old. So you can still recommend them to someone who's brand new off the cuff instead of someone who it doesn't have to be like mainstream. It really doesn't. It doesn't have to be new. It could be super old and still get the experience of something that's amazing. That goes for comic books and too. But current comic books is an iffy thing. That's iffy, depending on who you're asking. All right. There you go, Mikey. I got you, bud. Okay, Mikey's done. Bry's done. Ari, you're looking a little too tan there. I'm gonna have to change your skin color a little bit. Oh, look, I'm too white there. Nope.
Luconis Beetle asks, are these OCs?
Nope, these are my mods. Way better. Okay. My dumbass didn't color them for some odd reason.
Luconis Beetle said love it.
Let me see. Thank you.
Yes, I'm Lily said hey what's good.
What's up, Lily? Okay. Now I gotta add Mora. Hold on. One second. Okay, Mora.
Yes, I'm Lily asks I joined a second too late 3. Are they ok? Ryuga Samurai said hi Lily.
No, they're not Ox. They're my mods. Okay.
Yes, I'm Lily said hey Ryuga.
Okay. Let me see. I'm looking for a pause. Okay,
So I say, I hate when you're away. I killed you so you'd stay, 'cause you would not behave. Caress your soul.
Laplace Sensei said hi.
alright. Instagram, I'm gonna turn you guys off. Later, Instagram, I'm going to TikTok. Caress your soul. No otherwise, and no other guys.
Ryu the Samurai said hi Lapis. I'm not ready. We on YouTube, on TikTok yet? Shit. It's only days and the children in the land.
body with a crown. And you never run away. And we laugh on and on. Fuck, cause that's a good time. Feel all your says forever. So many. The music. Real slow. And this is what you get. Children all your face. Forever. So many. You'll say forever. It's so steady, people change. Fuck. God, I hate that. Whoops. What? Oh. I just realized why the music stopped. Actually, since the music stopped, let's do a little bit of reactions. So, while I'm doing this, I'm gonna give you guys some reactions that we can react to. I found something really funny. I did not know this was a thing, but like, well, I know it's a thing, but like, I didn't know there was a whole video dedicated to this. I know some of you are not for the whole like rap thing, and I get that, but like, it's funny to watch people sometimes fuck up because I think it's funny. We all think it's funny. I think it's just a human nature to know that certain things are funny. So in this video, I'm going to show you guys in a second. I'll put it in the corner so you guys can see it. While I'm working on this, let me see. I'm going to move this out of the way. Put the RV here. Put it about here. Okay.
Yes, I'm Lily said failure is hilarious.
So, here in this video by Lil Wanksta, that's his name, Lil Wanksta. I think that's on purpose to say like that, Wanksta. But it's spelled with an L instead of a W. So, Lil Wanksta, I think, has a video saying here, rap's most embarrassing freestyle. So these are situations where rap stars or singers or mostly just rappers are supposed to freestyle. So some of them can freestyle off the dome. Sometimes they have something pre-written ready for this interview because it's a form of an interview entertainment type thing because they're entertainers, right? And usually as a musician, you have to be like on your toes, on your P's and Q's to, be ready whenever the time calls for your so-called lyrical abilities were supposed to come into play. So for those who don't know what freestyling is, I'm pretty sure most people know, it's just someone who's a musician using their musical abilities to use the beat to make a new song within seconds of whatever comes to their mind. It's not technically a song, but it's just showing that they have lyrical mastery of the craft. So we're going to play this and see where this goes. So I'm going to make sure you guys can hear it. Please make sure and let me know you guys can hear it because this OBS is an asshole to me sometimes. So let me see real quick. Reactions. Okay. There it is. Okay. Please let me know if you guys can hear it.
Samurai said okay.
Ever since it started out in the parks and block parties.
You guys can hear that, right? I just paused it. Can you hear it? You heard it. Just making sure.
Yes, I'm Lily said I can hear.
Good. Okay, there we go.
Freestyling has always been a key aspect of hip-hop culture, but as it morphed from the days where MCs were trading bars for fun, it became a
Ryuga Samurai said yeah, turn it up a little.
Okay.
Radio freestyle became a proving ground for artists to let the world know that they were a rapper on the rise. Of course, not everyone sees it as a show of prowess. Some MCs have made a mockery of the whole thing.
Back when I see you.
Oh!
Fuji water. I'ma go and so my daughter. You don't believe me? I'm a mother.
Real on the track, come through with the sandwich.
Others, such as Vince Staples, point blank refused to do so, seeing it as a way to basically dehumanize rappers.
I think the chubby
Yeah.
cut on like 8 beats. I'm like, why am I rapping still? Cause like I'm looking at this nigga Corey like we f***ing songs up now. I don't got nothing else.
But that's the wait. How is that dehumanizing? I don't see that's a dehumanizing thing. It's what you do, right? Right. If you're a doctor, right, and I have a question to a doctor who's been in their practice for a while now, and they're just literally doing an interview, and I ask you a question about doctoring stuff, medical stuff. You should be able to answer the question, especially if it's something pretty basic, or it's not even something basic. It could be a bit advanced, but then again, you're a doctor. This is what this is what you practice for, right? So why is that dehumanizing? You're doing this for a living. It's what you want to do, right? So prove to me or the rest of the of the audience that you are worthy of this so-called title, right? So like, for instance, I say, I'll teach you how to draw, right? Imagine I say, I'm a great artist, I'm this and that, this and the third, and then I refuse to teach you how to draw, but I'm telling you guys how to draw at the same time. I'm saying, so you ask me like, how do you draw? And I say, use the 8 fundamentals. And then, what are the 8 fundamentals? I ain't gotta tell you, you're dehumanizing me, bro. What the fuck? Like, what? Right? No, wait, no, you can't do that. Like, you're the expert. I'm the beginning, know nothing person. Why is that such a hard thing to answer? You could have said, okay, the 8 fundamentals are these categories, right? But it will take too long for me to get into each one because 1, I'm streaming, and 2, X, Y, and Z. But if you want to learn them, go to my YouTube channel and watch X, Y, and Z on the first 5 fundamentals I have up there.
Said visit Artextric's Kofi
That's
page
an answer. And it's not, you're not avoiding the problem. You're just giving them a time and place where this is appropriate to answer this question. But then again, you're not denying them. You're just guiding them to the right place. So why is it wrong for me to ask you, knowing that every other rapper before you has done this, you're on this interview place and you're asking this question, you're saying this, that you're dehumanizing you. What the hell? How you say you're a great rapper if you can't do the thing that you've been practicing for so long? It's like, for instance, someone who does music, right? If you play a guitar or a piano long enough, right, and you put in X amount of hours for X amount of years, you're gonna be so good to the point that you can like hear certain notes and know what note you're playing without seeing it. You know what I'm saying? That's a freestyle in itself. So like, or a form of mastery in itself, I'm saying. So why is that dehumanizing? I don't see how that's a problem. That's not dehumanizing. You're just avoiding because you either lack skill or you don't want to be exposed. Either one of those two things.
I ain't finna see the freestyle. Got me rapping, cuz I'm not finna be sitting there rapping for no white man for no hour, man. That's the auction block.
But for others who partake,
but you're not gonna rap for no white man. But I'm pretty sure most of your so-called managers, lawyers, are probably Jewish. What? You're not like the same labels that you're probably signed to are probably owned by Jewish people. Aren't you doing that by default? What the fuck?
participate in this rite of passage, there are times where they either have a really off day or simply realize that it's an ability that isn't in their skill set, leaving some probably wishing that they had taken the lead.
You could be just honest and say, dude, I really don't want to feel like freestyling. Like, can you let them know beforehand I'm not going to do a freestyle today? I just don't feel like doing a freestyle. I'm not one of those people who's freestyle, I gotta write it down. Okay, fine. That's fair. Fair. Not everyone can do it off the dome. I get it. Not everyone can, like, speed draw like I do. Not everyone can do it. You know what I'm saying? Not everyone has the time or place. I get it. Not everyone should be able to do the same things. Everyone does things differently. Fine. But to totally deny it completely, you're an ass.
Out of Vince's book. It's your boy Luesta, and these are hip-hop's biggest freestyle fails. And when it comes to rappers floundering in front of a live mic, it doesn't get much worse than Smoke. One artist whose relevance brought him to the attention of—
Yeah, just say you don't want to. If you don't want to, or you, like, let them know beforehand so they don't put you on the spot and you look crazy. That's what I'm saying. So if you're gonna go on a show like, is that Travis Scott? Is that Fish looks just like... Bro looks like fucking Patrick. Bro looks like fucking Patrick. What is happening? Oh my god.
Travis Scott's Cactus Jack Records, Smoke Perp was really on a roll for a few years. Capable both in the booth and as a producer for other artists, including frequent collaborator Lil Pump, Perp seemed to have it all going for him. But when he made a fateful trip to Tim Westwood's Capital Extra show in the UK, he was about to get exposed as someone who really couldn't go off the dome. In a video ironically titled 40 Minutes of Fire, Perp did everything possible to lose any credibility as a real MC.
Was it Hobson who said, "Do not rap if you do not practice"? He said that. Do not rap if you do not practice. I remember that. That was the Hobson Ill Mind. That was like one of the first songs he did. The one when he's singing, he has like Ben 10, Pokemon, and everything about him. That was like back in, what was that? That was in 2010, I think, in the 2010s. He said, "Do not rap, you do not practice." There's a reason why.
And not only that, he made a succession of borderline disturbing noises in between his lackluster bars.
I see and it's afraid to let go. Give me my perkies, boy, don't you let go.
Ew, what the fuck? No! No, this ain't it, boys. We're not getting out of this one. We're not getting out of the hood with this. We're not getting out of the hood with this. Oh, man. Oh, shit.
Sad lawyer, I know they say
emoji rolling on the floor laughing emoji rolling on the floor laughing emoji rolling on the floor laughing emoji
Bro,
rolling on the
what
floor
the
laughing
hell?
emoji rolling on the floor laughing emoji
Oh
rolling
my
on the
God.
floor laughing emoji rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
Bro, no, he really did that.
it's toxic and deceiving, but I know it can change. But I know that it can change. If you give me one more time, I know that it can change. I need another chance. Oh.
At one point, Perp ran out of words to rhyme and just started
Oh my God. I'd rather pee in the toilet. It will sound way better than that. What the fuck?
mumbling, literally.
Ryu the samurai said, "Oh brother."
But nothing gets worse than the part where he called himself a boner.
I'm a mother boner. I got a mother boner. My African neighbor say got a boner.
Switching from beat to beat, Smoke seemed to be under the impression that he was killing it, which he expressed on an IG live after the fact.
In the moonlight, in the spotlight, I don't really want limelight. Niggas put me in the limelight. Niggas put me in the limelight. You can move me in the limelight.
But the reality was that he was
What?
really flopping hard. And in turn, this has become such an infamous video that it serves as a reminder to some people that it could always be worse. I honestly come to this whenever I'm having a bad day. Then, his stupid lyrics get stuck in my head and make me smile at random points later. Thank you for this. If you've watched any of my other videos which featured the Florida rapper, you'll know that he isn't exactly adept at accepting criticism. And this time, he claimed that the fact that he was going over sacred beats from XXXTentacion was the real problem, rather than any lyrical deficits he had.
I also gotta realize, even the only ex made me freestyle on sad too.
Yes,
You know what I'm saying?
really
I did
said
not
overseas is
want
Florida.
to do that. I feel
Oh my God, it's Florida.
like I did not have the right to freestyle on sad and moonlight.
In Smoke Perp's case, you see a prime example of someone thinking they've got it on lock when nothing could be further from the truth. And unfortunately, this is something that happens to rappers from time to time. Just take a look at Iggy Azalea's offensive appearance on Sway in the Morning. By now, you have to be a really big Iggy stan.
Oh shit! Isn't that that freestyle she did? And the dude said, "Yo, turn that shit, get that shit off the airwaves."
To not accept that freestyling really isn't the Australian MC's forte. But beyond that historically bad 16 she delivered at Splash Festival, which felt like she was speaking in the language of
I'm
creatures.
sorry, if you're a MC, I think to really, I think
Ryu
I
the
don't know.
samurai said, "Yeah, rolling on the floor laughing emoji."
I used to do some music producing back in my day, but I didn't do any like lyrics or write them. I used to like make beats and stuff, right? And the one thing I always wondered is, I always said, if I was going to be a rapper, I have to make it my mission to know how to go off the dome. Make that your 100% mission. Because at any moment, someone's going to ask you, can you rap off this? Whether it's a interview from some type of AAA, whatever, if you get to that point, to your house party, whatever situation you're in at a party from either high school, college, or just a party in general. Someone's going to ask you if they know that you rap, right? They're going to ask you. And they're going to do the thing either with a instrumental in the background or someone doing the stupid beatboxing thing in the background. So might as well make it your mission to be so good at freestyling that it's like your literal thing. So you don't ever have to like rely on writing shit. You're really good at doing off the dome, right? That will be better off. I think you'll be better off doing it that way. Like whether it be battle rapping or a case may be. I think that's a great way to really, it's going to be hard. I'm not going to say it's easy, but I mean, extremely hard. You may have to learn new words and stuff like that and slant rhymes and all that shit. But it'll probably do you more in the long run.
From Saturn. There are other times where she's really embarrassed herself. Take her appearance on the legendary Sway Calloway's show, where appropriation of the culture went way too far.
Give me a beat, Wonder.
Oh, a beat?
Give us a hot 16 if you can.
I cannot give you a hot 16 to this hood ass beat.
You don't like that one?
No.
You know, I'll find you a beat. You want to do it a cappella?
Yeah, if you want me to tell you.
Let's go a cappella. Let's go.
I'm about to tell you a little story.
Okay, good. I like that.
About a guy I was dating.
Oh, shit. We wouldn't know him, would we?
No, you wouldn't know. Of course not. You don't know
Okay.
anyone I date, boy.
Okay. Well, damn, I like this.
I'm very private.
Despite claiming she couldn't rap over such a hood-ass beat, Iggy then proceeded to deliver her raps like she was in the trap houses of Atlanta her entire life.
He got a house on the hill, sits in the valley. Said he trying to move on with life, but he still want to be a good daddy. So I sit in a ride cause I don't want us overlapping. She spending money on Mac, that's cute. I get checks from them in Paris. Better check my tax bracket. What you think was gonna happen? Nagging now he's
Okay, I don't know about this freestyle, but what's bothering me the most is that fucking shirt. Why would you wear that shirt? I think you guys can see it. Let me make it bigger just for you guys to see. Why would you wear that shirt? That is That is a horrible shirt. That is a horrible shirt. I'm sorry. That's horrible. That is horrible. And it's like close to your skin. You almost look like you're on. You look like you're in the nude. Oh God. That's a horrible shirt. I'm sorry. You can't tell me. Oh my God. Let me make this smaller.
More as small cafe said Lamau.
Horrible. Let me make that bigger. There we go.
Ryu the samurai said, is that her face?
That better not be. That's what makes it worse.
leaving and y'all broke up like madmen. These exes excessively hating on the next bitch. She no housewife, just desperate. I know you trying to let go, but accept it. Cause the whole world is watching and the paparazzi is flocking. And we fly shit when we drop in and we shut down your party.
The end result was a disgusting
Someone's gonna say, yo, get that shit off the airwaves.
audience who were already wary of her deciding that she was a plague upon the culture. The fact that she tried to have a black scent her entire career was disgusting. She is not American. Using the term hood-ass beat and calling Sway boy, this ruined how I looked at T.I. Like, why the f would you take an Australian immigrant and allow her to embarrass the entire genre of rap? And with incidents like that, it's really no surprise that hip-hop collectively turned its back on her over time. But while what the fancy rapper did was genuinely uncomfortable to have to endure, other rappers' freestyle flops are just hilarious. At the beginning of his career, Drake was known for fusing his witty bars and clever hooks. At every opportunity, he was determined to show that when he put his mind to it, he could embody the essence of a classic MC. And right around the time his debut album So Far Gone was making waves, he got the chance to prove himself at one of hip-hop's most legendary freestyle platforms, The Funk Flex Show. Hopping into the booth without hesitation, Drake was initially flowing with exuberance, even if the BlackBerry in his hand took the freestyle aspect out of the equation.
And if your man get the stunt, we'll buy him out. Cause we be living what these other rappers lying about. Drizzy Drake, what? Funk Flex, Hot 97, I'm so gone.
And over time, it became clear that he was over-reliant on it as he gradually ran out of lyrics.
I don't know. Maybe we need to have categories. There's freestyling. I mean, they should have like off the dome freestyling so we know what that is. And then we have handwritten freestyling. I think that's what we should do from now on. Just literally have a different separate, like, you know, there's like two different versions. There's freestyling, off the dome, no pen or paper, no phone, no nothing. You're literally going off the dome. Or you can remember some stuff that you said before in the past. That's fine. It's not like it's against the law or against the law. It's against the rules. But you should at least, you know, don't rely on old stuff you said. Like if you make a song, you can use a sample of that version of the verse or verses in the song, but don't just say your whole song and onto this verse. That just defeats the whole fucking purpose because you kind of just memorized the whole thing anyway. So might as well, you can use a sample of it, but don't use it as a form of the whole freestyling. I think that's cheating to a degree.
and did the utmost to cover it up. But all
Because if that's the case, because if it's not cheating, then just say A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. You know what I'm saying? Just do that then, because everyone's gonna remember it. Like, might as well.
his monologuing into the mic couldn't fix the problem.
That's how you feel tonight, Flex?
The samurai said, well, no way.
Hold up. See, you called me off now.
You cut me off. You cut me off.
now. Yeah.
Turn my headphones up. Turn my headphones up. What? Turn my headphones up. I can't hear you. Turn my headphones up.
All right.
Man, I love Dave Chappelle.
I'm gonna get this. Hold on. Can we come back? Can we do it? Can we come back? Yeah. Nice. Hold on. I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get him. So crazy. I promise I'm gonna get him. I promise. I can't give him everything, Flex. Like, no, you can't. I can't give him everything because, you know, like, you gotta understand, this is my first. You want me to do it again? You want me to give it? This is my first, like, real time on the radio.
Bear in mind, this is long before Drizzy was ever exposed by Meek Mill for the whole Quentin Miller scenario. So what was funny even back then has aged even more hilariously. When you text your ghostwriters and they don't reply. In Drake's case, running out of bars that were already being recited from a phone produced a real blotch on his record for hip-hop heads that wanted to see if he could really spit. However, this certainly isn't the only way to embarrass yourself. Because in the case of LA legend, The Game, the problem wasn't running out of bars, but recycling the same ones over and over again. Renowned for his unique name-dropping style and evident ability with the pen, The Game is arguably underrated as an MC due to the antics that overshadow his true work on the mic. But this isn't limited purely to his countless ridiculous beefs and drinking fake bottles of liquor on stage. For a while, The Game seemed to forget that the internet never forgets. Every time he was asked to freestyle, the Compton MC would repeat the same bars, word for word.
You see, that's what I'm talking about.
Setting, all while putting on a show like he was coming up with them on the spot.
Black Wall Street, the building, Cosmic Cat, Philly, what up? Look, red rose, white ceiling. No body, no casket, just blood spilling. I ain't a dead president, but I love millions. They like game where you been, shit, blood chilling.
Put this shit on YouTube, or World Star, wherever the fuck niggas be putting shit. Check it out. Red rose, white ceiling. No body, no casket, just blood spilling. I ain't the dead president, but I love millions. They like game where you been.
This is exactly what I was talking about. This is exactly what I was talking about. No more than probably 2 to 5 minutes ago. That's why we should have a difference. There's you can't freestyle. You can't freestyle old shit. You said that shit's stupid, especially if it's on a song already. Fuck you.
Shit, blood chilling. Red rose, white silk. No body, no casket, just blood spilling.
Understandably, this got him majorly clowned, and it has become a lasting meme surrounding him. Hey Game, how have you been? Red rose, white ceiling. But like many rappers who refuse to take an L, Game came up with an excuse, insisting that he didn't care.
Really long song that Cool and Dre had produced. It was just a point in hip hop where I was just going around and I didn't really give, like every time somebody asked me to freestyle, as always do, I just say the one that on my head that just sticks, and that one was so dope to me. I just kept saying it and saying it and saying it. I can do whatever I want to do. Like I can freestyle, I don't have to freestyle. At that time, I wasn't even that passionate about like rap or music, and like I was just chilling. I love it, man. But I mean, that guy has a YouTube channel. He wants views. He wants clicks. Why not use me? I'm the biggest rapper in the world.
Are you the biggest rapper?
Bro, stop. Just admit you can't freestyle. You need to write it on a pen and paper. Just say that. Nothing's wrong with that. But just then doing all this bullshit excuse, running around making this shit is stupid. Stop it.
Yeah.
Considering how wealthy he already was at that point, maybe Game truly didn't feel like devoting time to producing new bars. But what really hurts is when you see a rapper give their all to a verse, only for someone to belittle it. And when it comes to radio hosts, the master of destroying an MC's self-worth in a matter of moments is undoubtedly Charlemagne the God. Whenever you come to the Breakfast Club and decide to spit bars, you already know that you've got a tough crowd awaiting you. But one man who found out just how savage they could be firsthand was Safari. Towards the conclusion of an interview, he decided it was time to further promote his upcoming project by delivering some bars, only for Charlemagne to make it clear that he felt they were horrible.
I'm feeling lyrical and biblical, sitting up on my pedestal. No matter how you see it, I'm the pinnacle. It's pitiful, you an imbecile. If you try to make it physical, you end up critical. Think it's subliminal, nigga, you not no criminal. Stereotypical, don't see me, I'm invisible. Okay, I'm switching up the pattern, stamina spasm. Combative, I'm a really flattened, violent assassin. Got God on my side, Christ with a passion. A bunch of mad ex, fatal attraction. Feeding y'all, that's a distraction. Rip it on any beat, that's an adaptation. I'm running out of breath, I'm bringing it back in. Need my money up front, don't deal with a back end. Your pockets on a diet, I'm calling you Atkins.
I'm not gonna lie, that's not bad. I don't see how bad of that. Maybe I'm just a peasant, but that sounds perfectly fine to me. I don't think that was that bad. It sounds from a scale of 1 to 10, that's like an 8 out of 10 to me. I'm just saying. Oh. If that was a freestyle, that was actually more of a 9 out of 9. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know. I don't think that was that bad.
Nah, that ain't it, y'all.
That ain't it.
You love saying that. We don't rap the same.
You can go up.
The same flow. You know what? I can't with y'all. You know
Among the most brutal putdowns in Breakfast Club history, Charlemagne took Safari's sense of self and dragged it through the mud to the point that people are still terrified by it to this day. When you rehearse that freestyle for countless hours with dedication and passion, only to hear, nah, that ain't it, y'all. I ain't never seen a man so disappointed in another man before. But where everyone felt a little sorry for Safari, there are other times where Charlemagne eviscerated an artist to the glee of those listening. One incident like this came back when a young MGK appeared on the show. As cocky and brash as ever, MGK spent much of the interview gassing himself up.
Did you watch the Rucker Park freestyle? I was on the basketball hoop at Rucker Park.
I haven't checked for any of your music, sir.
I'm trying to tell you.
I like Wild Boys.
I'm telling you, like, look, watch that. That's a legendary night at the Rucker Park. Like, I went there in Harlem with me and 3 of my Cleveland friends and took it over, shut down the entire basketball court, stood on top of the hoop in front of the projects, and made everyone shut the f up.
Noting that Charlemagne was unimpressed by all the bragging, he felt that a freestyle would be the ticket to garner his approval.
Motherfuckers calling my team Scarface, pushing that white boy like Tony, from the blocks to the island like Coney. Peep out, it's your bony young brother, came from nothing but a couple of pennies to a couple of millies. Now can you feel me? It's just that real biatch, Kel's biatch, taught to never snitch. In 6th grade I wouldn't even show and tell, biatch. I'm from the city where men is made. I had a daughter, now I'm trying to father a junior like it's 11th grade. Haters look in my garage like where the whip at. Haters looking around like where my click at. Right over there, making sure our profits avoiding the dispatch. Only thing that they moving is where my lips at, cause all that chit chat with me, nada. I'd rather stuff my pockets with these dollars till the Fetty make it burst like piñatas.
But with MGK pleading his case before Charlemagne even got the chance to say anything, he then wouldn't accept that it didn't entice the radio host the way he envisioned.
I don't see like how you can like listen to that and not like be like, that's...
It doesn't move me, man. Like,
What? Oh no. I think Charlemagne's being a little bit of being too harsh for the sake of being harsh. I don't think nothing's wrong with the rap, to be honest. I didn't think nothing was wrong with it. I think it was on key, to be honest. I think it was pretty on key. I don't think nothing's wrong with it, per se. I don't know. I think he's just being harsh for the sake of being harsh.
Stop it.
doesn't move me.
Let him listen to the album. Let him listen to the album.
He's a nice guy.
Nah, man, I'm not trying to hear that.
You're better than Yellow Wolf.
Nah, I'm not trying to hear that. You can't, like...
I saw potential in Machine Gun Kelly early on, so...
I'm just not...
I'm not
satisfied with
this
that.
you have to realize, though, everybody's just not gonna be into it. Like that's just like...
No, but I understand that, but I'm not letting you not be into it. Like there's just not gonna work.
That's dope. You gotta. That's what you should want to do. Make people believe.
For someone with an ego like MGK, that must have been a tough blow. But Charlemagne doesn't care who you are. In certain instances, he's even taken people who only rapped for a hobby down a peg or two. Here, we have his showdown with Lakeith Stanfield. While visiting the Breakfast Club to promote his latest film, Lakeith took it upon himself to spit some bars.
Oh,
the only problem is Charlemagne really...
I never really knew his name. I really never knew his name at all. I always just knew his name. I only knew his face from all the movies he's been in, but I never knew his actual name. He was just that dude, that one actor you just kind of knew, but you just never knew his name. Like, he's a good actor. I'm not saying he's not. I'm just saying that I just never really stopped to really learn his name. Which is funny.
Wasn't on board with them and let that be known.
Mine's an isotropically balanced cipher. Suck on my siphon. Longer than white men. Sound bites to your ink is how you turn into Tyson. Burning the mic, she's like a virgin that make tracks drip something burgundy like. Bills looking right cause I don't break them, I make laws and burn down courthouses high off of baseball. Sliding in safe, this rape raw and infinite like my 96 Eminem and 8 balls. Pause.
All right.
That's it?
What you want, more?
Oh my God.
You not impressed?
Nah.
Oh,
you
come
spit
on.
something.
I don't rap.
Yeah, you
But
spit
rather
something.
than take it on the chin,
Bro turned to him and said, "You spit something." That was best response. That was the best response I heard so far. He said, "You spit something." Like, you know what? You kinda got a point. That was funny. He said, "You spit something."
this sparked a beef between them, which went on for a while. Eventually, it progressed to the point where Lakeith waved a gun in a video while pointing it to an image of Charlemagne.
You gon' think you lit it until you see that 4-5. Them set up pose in your section, do that shit for 4,000. DB blood steady spinning blocks, he jamming out the Zopan.
In response, Charlemagne claimed that he was in no way concerned for his own safety, yet wondered what was going on with Stanfield for him to jeopardize his career like that.
Yeah, why would you do that? Like, it's just one dude. It's just one dude. Just like, yeah, Charlemagne, but like, it's just one dude. It's not that serious. It was never that deep. It's never that deep. It was never that deep for you to make that video. What the fuck?
For him, that's truthfully, I was concerned for him because I was like, what is this brother dealing with mentally and emotionally that he thought that was okay? And you're right. Like, for somebody like him who's in the position that he's in, like, Lakeith is one of the most brilliant actors that we've ever seen. At least I think so. I think Lakeith is a brilliant actor. You know, I know a lot of people just know him from Atlanta, but you know, I've seen him in things like Sorry to Bother You, and I've seen him in things, you know, like, of course, you know, the Fred Hampton movies, stuff, but he's like a very, very talented actor. And, you know, somebody like that who, you know, sky is the limit for in Hollywood, you know, it was just kind of like disturbing to see that brother doing that, because something like that could cost him a lot.
Speaking on rappers who received Charlemagne's feared Donkey of the Day award for a rapping mishap, Joe Budden knows all too well what that feels like. Despite his acclaim as one of the fiercest MCs in the underground, no one isn't capable of a slip-up. And when Joe Budden decided to step into the battle rap realm against renowned Hollow the Dawn for the special Total Slaughter event, fans wondered if this was really the arena where his skills would flourish. And unfortunately, their fears would be confirmed when he started spitting.
You don't know none of his, you at a clear disadvantage, how the f you gonna win? That's when I grab my chin with a grin right there. Let's begin right there. That's the win right there. I mean, you brought this to fruition. You do that bait out there trying to fish. Well, be careful what you motherfucking wish, cause it's backwards where we going. For you, this the moment of a lifetime. For me, this your lifetime in a moment.
Sure enough, it only got worse from there.
Had that coward sent to me. That bull'll be red when I grab monster cans, send 5 from ours in a G.
Before an exasperated Budden threatened to stop rapping entirely due to boos from the crowd.
What? But if you tired, son, you ass another kid in doubt. I'm gonna wait till y'all finish. Y'all boying the hard shit. Talking all that gangsta, nah, chill. Cause now I'm talking all that gangsta shit I do a lot of. Mad Crips, when I message.
Oh god, this is not good. What is this? What is happening?
And stop my time when they do that, please. Thank you. Can I go? Got rap? I will stop rapping completely. And that's just it.
one thing you have to learn is you never fight with the audience because you're always gonna lose.
Still, Joey seemed convinced that he had it in the bag, leaving people baffled at how he viewed this attempt at battle rap as anything other than a complete failure. The amount of self-confidence Joe has for absolutely no reason is inspiring, but one person who wasn't about to let him escape the reality of his misstep was Charlemagne, who dedicated an entire segment of The Breakfast Club to roasting him for it.
Dog here today for Monday, July 14th goes to our guy, Joe Budden. DJ Envy and myself specifically told me he was going to lose. We even bet him a rack. We were very sure that he was going to lose that battle to Hollow to Don. Get washed the way I thought he was going to get washed. I thought he might even get the W if his light-skinnedness didn't kick in at the worst possible time. See, the first 2 rounds were pretty evenly matched. The 3rd round came, and Joe Budden got emotional and displayed the most beige behavior possible. Emo Joe showed up. I gotta quote Hollow to Don. You was acting like a bitch. Give Joe Budden the biggest heel.
In battle rap, one momentary lapse in concentration can destroy your whole momentum. So it's kinda hard to blame Budden for struggling in his first and only major trip into that lane. Because if you look at the legends of that world, even they slip sometimes. Hailing from Jersey, Sue Surf is among the elite in the battle rap realm. Over the years, he has competed with the best of them, picking up historic wins and dropping crazy rhyme patterns that make your head spin. But it doesn't always go out that way, as sometimes Surf gets lost with his bars. And what's even stranger is that he has a nervous tick every time it happens, by simply saying the word Jersey.
I've been wilding Jersey. So I understand how you feel about Shine. Let's go. Let's go. Jersey. Look like Tory Doe. Jersey.
What? Wait. So every time he messes up, he says his Jersey? Is that how that works? Every time he messes up, he says Jersey? Is that how that works? That's weird. Is that his tick? Is that his his thing? Every time he messes up, he says the word Jersey?
Devilish face emoji, _Cheyenne_tilde, angry face emoji, said I'm from New Jersey. Nightbot said be a
That's
support
weird.
hero today, by using commands like /donation.
That's awesome. Welcome hello from New Jersey.
I catch him slipping late with both ratchets while I'm coming in the. I'm out of here, man. Jersey.
Oh my god. So every time he messes up, he screams out Jersey. Okay. That's a strange tick. That's a strange tick. Huh. Yeah, that's a weird tick to do.
Fans, this is an agonizing thing to see when they know what he's capable of. That I'm out of here along with the Jersey is what makes it so sad to see. Surf is nice, but the confidence just be gone once it's gone. And at times, this is something that supporters of mainstream rappers can relate to when they see them make a real mess of a freestyle attempt or just can't conjure up any rhymes at all. During Kanye's incredibly heated trip to Sway in the Morning, where he famously told the radio host that he didn't have the answers.
You ain't got the answers. You ain't got the answers, Sway. Kanye. I've been doing this more than you.
Kanye was also put on the spot and asked to spit some rhymes over 9 Inch Nails' Closer. To begin with, he seemed confused.
What you talking about, man?
And just put it in rap form?
Yeah, talk about what you talking about. Talk about them names, these corporations, this marginalization.
But it didn't get any better from there when he actually started rhyming.
I can make shit rhyme if I'm feel like, even if I don't. So I just might not, cause I don't want to. And I'm just gonna freestyle for the first time with a freestyle that don't even go together. No rhymes. That's my new shit. Nothing rhymes.
Man, that was painful to watch. But Ye isn't the only goated artist to fail to live up to expectations from time to time. An artist who is often praised for going off the dome, we all know by now that Wheezy is among the most accomplished artists to ever grace the mic. But like they say, every dog has its day. And a prime example of this is when he headed to Westwood's studio and left everyone dumbfounded for all the wrong reasons. After initially being presented with the idea of freestyling, Weezy asked to cut the beat.
I don't even know how to rap. They want me to spit. You ain't had no other question after that? I just supposed to start spitting?
I mean, like, you alright, well,
Nah, I don't even want no music. I don't want no music. You gotta hear what I'm saying. All those other things, it's just be, you know what I mean, distractions. What to say to you?
But even when he went a cappella, things didn't get any better.
Okay, welcome to the Carter, little shop of horror. Bloody like a period, after the aura. Doctor, I'm a dog, I'm a dog, I'm a dog, yeah. Not Georgetown, but I'm a uptown Hoya. Like Malloy, no lawyers. I got that work, come be my employer. Freestyling,
What?
for you, no, for me. For me, no, only for money.
Given everything we know about Wayne, it's fair to assume that he was probably way too faded on that occasion. But while Weezy arguably had an excuse that time, there are some instances of freestyle flips that just don't make sense to anyone. And a few of them could be found in the ranks of the XXL freshman rollout. And when it comes to disasters during the annual event, no one had one quite like Coi Leray. When Coi was selected, there was already plenty of doubt about what she could bring to the table. And surrounded by artists like DDG, Moray, and others, she quickly proved that freestyling wasn't her strong suit.
Oh, she's that artist that sounds like Gumball? Isn't she that Gumball sounding individual? She sounds like Gumball when she speaks. I forgot about that. Oh my god. Holy, that's how her voice actually sounds? I thought that was like some type of filter thing people was doing, like not AI, but like some form of filter on TikTok, but I guess not. I guess that's really her. Oh, is she the same girl who sang the Self-Love for the Beyond the Spider-Verse?
Ryuga Samurai said yeah.
Oh my god, that's crazy. This is my first time seeing her. That's crazy. I just kind of knew her as that TikTok artist. I didn't think, holy shit, that's crazy. Okay.
My little sneaky link, yeah, I love when he me to the beat, he a freak, fell in love with me, let's go. Watch us all get lit, watch us all get rich, couple niggas with bricks,
No, I think you're right, bro. I think that's the same. I think you're right. I think that is the same artist, the one that sings Self-Love. You got a flash goal. What's a flash goal? Flash goal. Get 3 gifters in a row in 15 minutes. 10. Oh, that's kind of cool. Guys, if you send 3 roses, we'll get a
Ryuga
flash
Samurai
goal.
asks that's Coi Leray, right?
Yeah, I think that's her name. Guys, if we get 3 little roses, we'll get a flash something. I don't know what that is. In the first 15 minutes, we need 3 roses. Does anyone have 3 roses?
but you love my butter love me, my wrist,
When the bars did come, she resorted to
Oh! I remember this!
Ryuga Samurai
I love my
said,
butter!
yeah, that's her.
My butter loves me. I remember someone did this lyric. It was this particular song. And people made fun of it, I think.
working instead.
yeah, bitch, you gon' get money, let's go,
we all the money, sorry.
Naturally, this got her a whole lot of flack. She couldn't think of anything to say, so she started to twerk. Damn, this be hitting different on mute. However, what's even crazier is that somehow, not everyone learned the lesson from this massive flop. Taking to the same platform, Philly rapper Too Rare hit the exact same escape plan when the rhymes weren't coming.
Oh yeah, that was funny. We'll start dancing.
And just like Coi, he got cooked for it. He gotta be on the spectrum. He couldn't contain the zest any longer. Here, we see
He said, bro, couldn't contain the zest any longer. I'm sorry, that's funny.
situations in which fans were shook about an artist not giving an opportunity its proper respect. But on other occasions, it's a rapper delivering a bar in a freestyle, which is way below their caliber. At this point, no one is here to argue anything other than the fact that Eminem is one of the most high-level rappers to ever grace the studio. Over the years, he has delivered countless incredible songs that are defined by his mesmeric ability to put words together in ways you'd never anticipate.
I got a beautiful wife, kids, and a gorgeous home. What would make me jump in the tub with a cordless phone? I'm straight vicious, I hit you with plates and dishes, leave you with 8 stitches. When I'm gay cause I hate bitches? It's only fair to warn, I was born with a set of horns and metaphors attached to my dang umbilical cord. Warlord of rap that'll bash you with a 2x4 board and smash into your Honda Accord with a 4-door Ford. But a more toy dropping an acapella, the chopper fella, the mozzarella worse than a helicopter propeller. Got you locked in a cellar with your skeleton showing, developing anorexia. While I'm standing next to you, eating a full-course meal, watching you starve to death with an IV in your vein, feeding you liquid Darvocet.
But as he grew older, his ability to freestyle like this seemingly faded away. And in one now historic moment of misfiring on the BET Awards, M delivered this hugely trolled couplet.
That's an awfully hot coffee pot. Should I drop it on Donald Trump? Probably not.
Considering everything that M has accomplished over the years, people couldn't understand why he wouldn't have fine-tuned this line. So even his fans had no choice but to concede that it was an L. These SoundCloud rappers getting out of hand. Can't believe nobody in his corner checked him on this. They really all told him this was the move. In Eminem's case, you can at least see what went wrong. Intent on making
I'm not gonna lie, that is kind of funny.
Rolling on the floor, laughing emoji, rolling on the floor, laughing emoji.
I'm not gonna lie, that was kind of a misfire on his behalf. Like all the times I see M does this thing, I don't really say much, but then again, I'm like, yeah, what you pointed out now within that, I remember that that freestyle he did that on TV. I remember that. Now thinking back on it, it sounds horrible.
In a statement, Shady swung and missed. But where that is comprehensible, there are other freestyles where you'd straight up need to be on psychedelics to even try to tap into what they were attempting to say. Here, we have Haiti Baby's trip to the Bootleg Kev show. Following an interview, the Cali rapper decided to spit some bars. But things went left in a hurry, leaving fans wondering what on earth the plan was here.
Hi, I woke up top the mountain like a dragon. I was feeling real high. Feeling like I'm off the alcohol. I know I'm feeling tipsy. I'm a fucking bitch. That's just it. I'm another pinnacle. I'm gonna cut up in a dream very cool. I'm gonna pull up with the rope.
What the fuck is happening? What the fuck? What is happening? Bro, what is happening? For those who are there on TikTok and you're wondering what we're talking about or what we're watching, come over here on YouTube. You can jump over here on YouTube, link in bio. You can hear everything that's going on. I'm not going to play on TikTok because TikTok's a real puss, so I'm not even going to bother with TikTok. So if you're on TikTok and you're watching, so you're just curious on what we're watching, and you want to hear the commentary on this reaction, come over here on YouTube. So...
Sounding closer to a parody of a rapper on SNL than an actual MC, the whole thing left everyone that's ever heard it baffled, particularly when he floated between spoken word and everything else in between.
I'm so damn amazing, you thought I was fucking blazing. Shh. Ha, 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 ha. I'm walking up, bitch, I'm a dragon, my pants tagging. I feel like Haitian Bin Laden, but I'm Aladdin. I might ride on my fucking coffin. Shh, shh, shh. This shit is
if only my VTubing model can give disgust. It only gives 2 settings. But I wish my VTubing model gives disgust. Oh my god. I'm gonna ask Soku to make me a disgust face.
How do you know that that's not it? Shh, quiet. Haiti, you have to believe in your dreams, wise one. You are the chosen one, you are the champion, wise one. Do you hear me? Everyone will feel you. I'm gonna swallow the kids. I'm Mike Tyson.
And by the end of it, even the hosts were left baffled as to how to respond.
All right.
I'm surprised he never made a Dragon Ball Z type response. I thought he was going to say something like that when he said the whole dragon thing. I thought he was going to say Dragon Ball Z or something.
Well, it's definitely the most unique freestyle experience we've ever had.
As a result, it's now heralded as an example of what not to do when it comes to flowing live. This guy tried to do the main trick, ad-libs, sound effects, and guest appearances all by himself. Man, how do you ever recover from that one? As always, it's your boy Luesta, and I want to thank y'all for watching today's video. As always, I'll see you on the next one. Peace.
That was crazy. That was crazy. I don't know what to make out of that, bro. That was strange. Oh my god. Alright, so, we'll do one more embarrassing performances.
live performances don't.
You know what? I should reach out to Jay the concept and see if he wants to do something. I should really try put that effort. Jay, say what up, Jay? What's going on, bro?
Always go to plan. Even when you think you've got everything mapped out and you've got a crowd that's ready to hang on to your every word, there's still such a large margin for error and a whole array of variables, which could mean that you go from looking like the man to having them say, oh man, I'm glad that isn't me up there. You wanted it, you got it. It's your boy Luesta, and these are Rap's most embarrassing performances part 2. The one we posted last week got 1 million views, making it one of the biggest videos on my channel, so I figured why not just check out some more of them. And this time,
because I really like his I like his content. I like how he like call it for what it is and stuff like that. I really like that stuff. I like it, and I like his work. I think he just recently did a artwork of Squirrel Girl from Marvel Rivals in her bathing suit outfit or whatever the hell, the new skin that she got. It looks pretty nice, so I say hi one day.
We're beginning with a modern artist who is renowned for giving his all when he's on the stage in Kevin Gates. Known for his seemingly endless levels of energy and wild lyrical content, Kevin strikes a rare balance of being imposing and hilarious all in one. Because for every blistering, hard-edged bar or wild X-rated claims, he's also prone to straight-up wild antics and hilarious humor.
One thing I love about Rihanna, I never looked at the ass. I always looked at that fucking cranium, that football helmet that she got on.
Oh my god, thank you!
Ryuga Samurai said, funny thing is that I have been following him on Instagram before I ran into his YouTube channel, grinning face with sweat emoji.
I'm gonna put an effort to say hi to him next time. Thank you for letting me know about that, my bro. I actually do like I really do like his stuff, though. I should say hi and make connections. I really am a antisocial person. The only people I talk to is the girlfriend, the sister, and the mods. Those are the only 3 groups of people I talk to. I'm in my own Jace bubble. That's my problem. I don't really try to reach out to other creators. I don't know. It just feels really weird when I do. It just feels like something's off about it all the time to me. I don't know. It's weird. It's something I gotta get my bubble out of, but I really do like his stuff. I might play one of his videos on this.
Ryuga Samurai said, I feel ya on that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I always love.
But he's right. I told you she had I knew Rihanna had a big head.
About that woman. Like if you get mad.
She's pretty when she has the bangs on, but when she does her bangs, oh my god, I can't stop staring.
At me like you I kiss you on your forehead. Who you talking? Who you getting loud with? Who you disrespect? I kiss you on your forehead. You better stop playing with me. Hey, when we get home, I'm gonna kiss you on your forehead.
And as it turns out, that doesn't change when he hits the stage either. He's certainly renowned as a spirited performer. At times, he can get downright freaky with it to the point that some people think he'd get jail time if he really acted like that in the bedroom.
What's up, bro?
But this isn't about his graphic motions on stage. In this case, we're looking at how he handled taking a big stumble while performing. Over time, Kevin hasn't been the most elegant person on stage and has wound up on his ass several times.
That cranium. He said when we get home, I'm gonna kiss you on your forehead. I was like, what?
However, the most infamous tumble he's ever taken came during a festival.
In the first, I don't know how many minutes we have left on the pin, but if you guys send, we only need we got 3 minutes. If one of you guys send 3 roses, I think we get some type of reward. So if any one of you are watching and you have any roses, just send 3. I kind of want to see what it does, but I don't know what it does. So if you decide to, cool. If you don't, whatever.
Festival performance where he collapsed out of nowhere. But while that's nothing new for him, how he decided to instantly respond to it had people scratching their heads as he began to strip off his clothes.
Say God on my side, ain't got nothing to hide, now I'm running from nothing.
Oh, bro fell. Bro fell. Oh, he's getting weird with it. Oh no.
Instantly, the decision had people divided as to whether this was the best way to handle such a potentially cringe-inducing moment, or if it was a little rogue, as some commenters weighed in, claiming it made the show more lit. Was taking his shirt off supposed to make them forget that he just fell? Weird reaction to falling is all I'm saying. But given all that we know about Kevin Gates, anyone who is surprised that he'd do something that random just hasn't been paying enough attention to him. And it's fair to say that the next individual on the list has made it clear who they are in practically every interaction. If you've ever seen one of Cardi B's explosive Instagram lives, you'll know that she isn't a woman who minces her words, or has any issues going after those who she feels have wronged her. After all, this is the same woman who had a very public fight with Nicki Minaj at New York Fashion Week of all places.
So
yeah, we got 2 minutes left. If any of you can send 3 roses, I kind of see what happens. 3 roses. We just need 3 little roses, and then I think we get rewarded. I'm not totally sure how that works. I just got it. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we got 3 roses. That's 1.
Code.castlabs.caffeinated.app.docs.chat.viewer.event
Oh, it has to be 3 different people.
@rich_message.attachment.
That sucks. Well, we got 1 out of 3, so thank you, Ari. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Jolly Incha 35 said person face palming emoji.
Sorry about
female
that.
sign emoji.
It just said get 3.
Jolly
They
Incha
didn't say
35 said welcome lol.
Thank you. We need 2 more. I guess it has to be from 2 different people. Sorry about that. It didn't specify. They just said get 3 roses. That's mostly their fault than mine.
So, when a fan antagonized her during a show at Dre's Beach Club, it's really no surprise that she crashed out. Cardi was doing a set on a hot day when she asked her fans to splash her a little with water. But someone basically domed her with ice, and consequently, she took things a little too far to the point that it made the news.
Boy, the internet is latching on to the latest incident of fans throwing things at performers on stage. This time, an object was thrown at rapper Cardi B. Ooh, yeah, there you go.
Crazily, this wasn't her only mic tossing incident that weekend. At another show at Dre's nightclub that took place just hours before that, she also hurled her newfound weapon of choice at her DJ in frustration.
On the same day?
Initially, the victim of the mic attack considered pressing charges, but they were eventually dropped. Later, the weapon was auctioned off by the audio equipment company it was leased from for charity, with the bidding eventually ending on $99,900. Later, Cardi explained her actions, insisting that it got out of hand and she just saw red.
It was really like a quick reaction. It was really like, and let me tell you, motherfucker, I didn't want to address it because I thought bitch was going to go to jail, but I'm not. It was hot as
Damn it.
There was a part of the show that I told people, like, splash me. But even when I told him splash me, I was like, be careful with the faces. The faces beat, bitch. Fucking 4 songs after, which is like, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes after, this bitch threw water and ice on my face. I just automatically reacted. I didn't even know that I was throwing it at I just, and when I look at the video, it's like, nah, you intended to throw that shit in my face, because you ain't did it like this. You threw it
like it was like,
and that shit had ice.
Thankfully, Cardi managed to avoid litigation over the situation, but not every rapper is so lucky. Just look at Afroman's lengthy legal battle after he smacked a lady in front of the world. For the vast majority—
I'm not gonna lie to you, like, hearing Cardi B talk makes me frustrated. It frustrates the hell out of me. It's the sound of her voice I'm saying, but like, Jesus Christ.
Of people, you probably haven't heard much about Afroman since the early 2000s, which spawned hits like Because I Got High.
You know what she sounds like? She sounds like a character you've seen in the Boondocks or Proud Family. One of those 2 things.
And the Colt 45. But he initiated a massive storm of controversy years later when he responded to a stage invader with an extreme, and I mean extreme, response.
The samurai said, yeah, pretty much.
Damn, even today, people can't believe what they saw. Afroman's greatest hits. He slapped her like she took the last hit of the blunt. What did the 5 fingers say to the face? Speaking after the fact, Afroman insisted that it happened because he wasn't down for being trolled and wanted to ensure that she'd be the last person to try that. But he reportedly didn't intend to hit her that hard.
And over the years, I'd be rapping and girls would get up on stage. I want to be like, okay, this chick likes me. But in reality, she's saying, F you, it's all about me. It's competing with me. Then you got people that want to do humiliating shit to you and put it all up on YouTube. And then when one group of people see people doing shit to you on YouTube, you get this whole percentage of humanity that starts coming to your show and they want to do it too.
With the rapper stating it was the product of a bad day, he ended up getting sued for $65,000. And to make things worse, he couldn't evade it after the fact.
You know, you can do a million things right, but the one thing you do wrong, there's gonna be a group of people that throw that in your face forever.
As to whether he learned his lesson, Afroman later rid himself of another stage invader in slightly less ruthless fashion, and without ever fleetingly breaking his flow.
That was amazing. For those who are over there on YouTube, if you want to hear what we're talking about, come here to our YouTube, link in bio, if you want to. But if you want to stay over there, that's perfectly fine.
Because of losing his cool, Afroman was held up for cash and wound up losing. But while he was metaphorically robbed, Sticky Fingers of Onyx once made an audience feel like they were really about to have to run their jewels. At the 1994 Source Awards, Onyx headed to the Paramount Theater with high hopes of winning. After all, they weren't only nominated in various categories, but the crew behind some of the most formidable New York rap groups of the 90s were also performing. Across the evening, Onyx walked away with nothing. So by the time he took to the stage, Sticky was in a mood to make a statement like only he would.
After we won at the Soul Train Awards, we did the first annual Source Awards, but they didn't show us any love. We got nominated for a few awards, but we didn't win anything. So I shot it up, literally, on stage
serious?
while performing Throw Your Guns.
And if you thought that he was talking
serious?
figuratively, he's really, really not.
When we got real niggas in here, then throw your fucking guns in the air.
Are you serious?
Naturally,
Oh my
security
God.
rushed him in the aftermath, but this wasn't Sticky's first rodeo, so he stashed it. Apparently, the whole thing was a spur-of-the-moment decision, and according to Fredo Starr, he didn't even alert his fellow bandmates before it happened.
Jay was like, yo, Jam Master Jay was like, yo, y'all gotta perform, man. Just cause you ain't win no awards, you still gotta perform.
Right.
So when we got on stage, I didn't even know Sticky had a gun. You know what I mean? I didn't know nothing.
Damn, really?
I'm on stage rapping. That nigga shot that shit. I was ready to duck. I didn't know what the fuck was going on. You know what I'm saying? So then he slid the, thing to the side. And when we got backstage, of course, police are gonna be there.
Right.
So police was there, like, where's the gun? Where's the gun? But by that time, it was, that shit was out the building already.
Crazily, this whole incident came just 1 year before the ceremony would be televised. And it's safe to say that the infamous group behind Throw Your Guns weren't invited back. Speaking of which, this is probably the case when it comes to the possibility of Kid Cudi ever playing Rolling Loud.
That just actually proves why you don't deserve to get any type of rewards at all. That just proves it right there in a nutshell, bro. You just proved why you don't deserve a reward. That was stupid. Like, who thought that was a smart idea was insane. Because that wasn't gonna go well. You thought that was gonna go well? You thought that was smart? What the hell?
Loud again after how disastrously his last headline set was. Prior to taking stage at Rolling Loud in Miami, Cudi's performance was already shrouded in controversy. For one thing, he wasn't even supposed to be in that position because the original headliner was none other than his former mentor turned enemy, Kanye West. With that, Cudi was in a tough spot, as while he is a legend, he was ultimately up against an audience that had paid to see a man he had been publicly feuding with. And when he took the stage, they made their feelings known, pelting him with bottle after bottle until he eventually snapped.
Yo, I will walk off this stage. If y'all throw one more fucking thing up here, I will leave. I will leave right now. Throw one more fucking thing on the stage and I will walk off. I'm not fucking playing. I'm not fucking playing. You will ruin it for everybody. I will fucking leave. If I get hit with one more fucking thing, if I see one more fucking thing on this fucking stage, I'm leaving. Fuck it.
And sure enough, that's exactly what occurred, leaving the crowd with no headliner. In the aftermath, people tried to work out what went down. Some thought that Cudi just didn't seem like a good replacement for Kanye. Between the Ye Cudi drama and the crowd being upset that Playboi Carti's set got cut short, he was walking into a shit show. Speaking about it after the fact, Cudi made no apologies for his behavior and felt his response was
rolling on the floor laughing emoji, rolling on the floor laughing
I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, I understand that he wants his safety to be in check. I get that, but the more you get that emphasizing it, it got funnier for some reason. And I'm like, I'm not meaning it to be. I don't think it's funny, but it's funny. Like, it's those things where it's not supposed to be funny, but it comes off funny for some strange reason. It's weird. It's like, okay, you know when someone falls, and it's not like the way they fall was like funny. It's just the concept of the fall itself became funny. I'm like, why? It's like, it's not even like it's not like a fall, but it's just like something about it was funny.
Completely valid. It's supposed to be an unspoken agreement amongst artists and fans that you're supposed to give the utmost respect and not interfere with the performance, he said after the event. In Cudi's case, his inflammable error came from choosing to depart from a situation he didn't want to be in. But at least it was only projectiles that he was hit with, because in Ply's case, his performance was derailed when someone tried to hit him with a belly-to-belly suplex out of nowhere. You guys remember Plies, right? The Florida rapper who released a series of smash albums on Slip and Slide back in the late 2000s. Well, the rapper once commanded a thriving fan base who'd come out in droves to see the platinum-selling artist. And back then, he was swarmed with fans. However, it's fair to say that when one man tried to show him love, he got a little carried away when Plies wasn't giving him the attention he wanted. So he decided to body slam him. Onlookers believe his team was at fault for letting this happen. A billion dudes on stage and you get grabbed off the stage at your own concert. Everybody getting fired if it was me. With the world being mused about what happened, the rapper attempted to explain what occurred, but it only raised more questions.
Mad at me in the club last night. But let's go. Color money. Handsome, bitch. Big come tell me, don't talk to me like that. You tell that shit to a dude. I said, you look like a dude.
Oh yeah, I remember him. Now I remember him even more. This meme, I remember seeing this
Nightbot
meme.
said be a support hero today by using
said,
commands like
or something like that.
donation.
I remember him now. Oh my god. Huh.
Then the culprit himself weighed in, claiming he was disrespected.
So when I got close, security moved me back. Why they called me back to the stage and shit. So I'm like, hey, Plies, man, what's up, bro? I just want to shake your hand, bro. I see my cousin that had pictures with you and shit, bro. I fuck with you, bro. You one of my top 5 favorite artists. That nigga started talking that fuck shit. So I dropped his ass like any real nigga would do, like, bitch, fuck you, bro. Because you don't fuck with me. Why the fuck I'm gonna fuck with you, bro? I don't give a damn what your record is or how real you is, bro.
In a situation like Plies, it's really hard to say if he was at fault for the embarrassing moment. But that's certainly not always the case. Because sometimes, an artist's onstage antics will come back to majorly haunt them once their true character is revealed. Unless you've been residing under a rock, you probably know that these days, R&B superstar R. Kelly is currently spending his days in federal prison on trafficking charges. And when people re-examine his legacy, there are many who feel that the Chi-Town legend was hiding in plain sight.
Do you like teenage girls? When you say teenage, how are we talking? Girls who are teenagers.
But it wasn't just in his interviews. On stage, he engaged in a lot of strange conduct that doesn't look good when you know he held women hostage at his house.
For someone to come home with me, will it be you? Or will it be you? All you have to do is be baby. You can play house with me. You will be the mother, and I will be the daddy. Yes, I will.
But for all the insane incidents there were, nothing has aged quite as badly as his recruitment drive in Ethiopia. Seriously, this one has to be seen to be believed.
Do you have your passport?
Did you get your shots? Girl, would you like to come back with Rob to America? America. Do you have your passport? Did you get your shots? Who wants to come back with us to America?
Obviously, that's the most strangely menacing thing of all time, and it has pretty much
strangely menacing.
Ryuga Samurai said to America to America.
Oh my god.
left anyone who's ever seen it stunned by what occurred. I've never heard human trafficking advertised in such a pleasant little jingle before. After something that horrifying and hilarious all at once, let's look at an infamous moment involving a hip-hop artist and a time where he had enough of the crowd. From time to time, Lil Wayne has had some inadvisable moments on stage. Not exactly known as the picture of sobriety, it's his usually relaxed state of mind by the time that he gets on stage, which gives us moments like him thrusting at Louisiana Fest, just as he was lobbying for a Super Bowl halftime show. Naturally, this got him clowned almost universally, as the prospect of him performing on such a grand stage as the halftime show seemed more absurd than ever.
What was he thinking? This some shit you do in the bathroom. Now, I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. He even elongated that. Like, bro, are you being murdered on stage? What is that? What is that?
But while this wasn't exactly his finest hour, he clearly gave his all to his fans that night. However, once again, that isn't always the case. And during a show in LA a few years back, Weezy snapped when an attempt to introduce one of Young Money's new signees, Alan Cubis, to the crowd didn't work out well. And in one of his more petulant moments, Weezy decided to storm off stage and effectively ended the show when he didn't get the response he was looking for.
We appreciate it, but we ain't about to be bending over backwards for these folks. We work too hard for this shit. We work way too hard. This my motherfucking artist Atlas, that was Twist, that was Josh. We are Young Money. We appreciate y'all time. Appreciate you.
You know what's funny is how, like, when these things are happening, it's funny how you really don't, like, the audience really don't know what's happening till it actually literally sinks in. It's like those moments where you're just like, did that just happen? Like, wait, what's happening? Like, it's that moment where it's just something is happening. It happened, but it's too late to actually assess the problem. It's already too late.
At the time, the hip-hop world wasn't exactly pleased with his
and then it's that moment where it sinks in your head, oh shit, I just lost like $500+ or $700+ just to stand here. This is why you'll never catch me going to no stupid concert, because you never know what's going to happen, whether it's bad or even good. You just don't know what's going to happen, and then it takes one wrong person to ruin for thousands, almost tens of thousands of people, just because it takes one person to do one wrong thing, and then you lost $700+. Wow.
Really emotional and entitled display, with one user writing, "I understand Wayne's loyalty, but you can't make an audience/crowd cheer or accept a new artist. It needs to happen naturally." In that situation, things got awkward for everyone involved, but sometimes that can happen without an artist leaving the stage. Just look at the collective confusion caused by a certain Australian rapper's fake Atlanta accent during a freestyle. Throughout her career,
I couldn't tell if she was doing like an accent on purpose or that's how she talked, because I know she's Australian, but it kind of weirdly switches. It was like, what is going on?
Iggy Azalea has never exactly been beloved. In fact, even people like T.I., who were once her allies and mentors, eventually tried to disown her. And while there's a whole host of reasons why she became a laughingstock, performances like this one at a festival didn't help.
Tire marks, finish line with fire marks. When the relay starts to run away train. Master, she know the pants got spit like a plaster. Raptor, bench, did like go like dash, faster, motorbike faster. He gotta get a bitch, pass to my raptor. White bitch, go back and blow like a wind. Perhaps your rooftop in the wind. When I win, when I win a leg up like she got hoes on call. Got hoes on call to come through, take a protocol. Just damage it, that's my protocol. This many Australians on sports and no camera. I don't care, you all.
What the fuck?
No killer rap, gotta give it to you raw. Bitch, my point, when the beat me joint, gotta twist this beat. I'm spraying my joint, straight crack rap. One till the pop, who go to the rap city, no diggy, yeah, shorty do it, I'm roll, no diggles, from motherfucking that. It's Iggy, not Jiggle.
Since then, people have still hoped that one day, whatever she truly said would come to light. This is how English sounds to people who don't speak it. Guys, chill, when the aliens visit us, she's gonna translate. While that moment was all in good fun, Iggy has also faced heavy criticism during a show in Rio de Janeiro when she chose to keep performing, even as one of her dancers suffered a medical emergency.
Scary moment at singer Iggy Azalea's concert. One of her dancers collapses on stage.
Somebody bring a medic up here.
But instead of stopping the concert, held in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, she keeps singing.
Just to get you, I'm doing whatever works.
The dancer seen here next to Azalea on stage suffered a seizure during the song Black Widow. You can see her convulsing on stage. After a brief pause, Azalea keeps on going.
And with behavior like that, it's hard to feel bad for the fall off she's had. Speaking of falling, our first edition of this video featured the notorious moment where Travis Scott fell into the abyss in autotune. But believe it or not, this isn't the only issue he's had with his technology on stage. In another instance, the Cactus Jack leader, who heavily relies on vocal effects, was left stranded when his autotune suddenly cut off and led him to hitting a terrible and majorly funny note. In the aftermath, people were left in hilarity over the shocked expression on Travis's face at finally being exposed. He realized he's been moaning into a mix the whole time. Bro heard his own voice for the first time. With an incident like that, LaFlame was getting cooked from a distance and there's nothing he can do about it. But very occasionally, artists get a chance to take matters into their own hands and take out the audience members that are heckling them. At the outset of his career, Akon wasn't a man to mess with. Fresh out of prison, he was incredibly jacked, and the last thing we'd want to do is to get caught heckling him. But for one fan, that really did happen. And let's just say that Akon didn't take it too well, and wound up hitting bro with an attitude adjustment back into the crowd. Years later, Akon discussed what went down with Club Shay Shay, and in his opinion, he had to let it be known that he wouldn't tolerate that kind of behavior in order to ensure that no one else would try him.
So I'm on stage and I'm performing.
Yeah,
and the next thing you know,
I
this
remember.
Rolling on the floor,
I remember
laughing
seeing
emoji,
that.
rolling on the floor, laughing emoji, rolling on the floor, laughing emoji.
I remember seeing that way back when I think I was still in high school at the time. I think I was in 9th or 10th grade. Probably going to 9th grade. I think it was in either 8th to 10th grade. That was a long time ago. My God, seeing that now is kind of funny.
I see something coming at me. At first I thought I was seeing something. But then when it got really close, I was like, oh, whoa. That almost like hit me in the face. And I said, yo, wait a minute, who threw that? The crowd, everybody just pointed to him.
You had to go, okay, he pointed,
So
he did it.
now at that point, it's like, okay, shoot, what do I do now? Right. I couldn't let it slide because especially in the industry we was in around that time, if one person tries you, everybody feel like they can try you.
Right.
So it's almost like you had to set an example.
Ultimately, this wasn't all that embarrassing for Akon himself. After all, he got to show off his strength and inform the crowd that he wasn't to be trifled with. However, what the game has previously tried to show off on stage on numerous occasions has been far more cringeworthy. Because for the most part, people think that it's a fake stunt. Throughout the course of his career, the game has always tried to carry an air of inherent coolness, but his rash behavior is often to the detriment of this quest. However, there is one particular aspect of his stage show that really doesn't help matters, and that's his attempts to drink full bottles of liquor on stage. Seriously, go online and you will find infinite versions of this same video. But alongside the footage, you will find plenty of comments from people who don't buy that he's really doing it. Unless anyone saw him break the seal, it's water. This is more planned than his freestyles. Despite the fact that everyone thinks this is up there with the endless red rolls white ceiling bars as the most embarrassing trick in his arsenal, the game clings on to this gimmick to this very day. In fact, he even did so during his appearance on Drink Champs.
Let's see if Game is gonna do it. Come on, everybody.
Whether or not you think it's real, There's no reason for the game to be acting like he's pledging to be in a college dorm at this point in his life. However, what was definitely not fake was the pain inflicted on Tyler, the Creator, during a performance at the House of Blues. Way back in the Odd Future days, Tyler, the Creator was known for having the most chaotic live performances out there. Full of stage dives and other antics, he and his crew such as Haji Beats, Left Brain, Damo Genesis, and Jasper Dolphin would whip the crowd into a frenzy. But sometimes they got a little carried away with themselves, and during a crazy performance, he ended up breaking his foot.
Full of shit, like I hate that. Come on down, go back, classic, hit that ball. Let's buy guns and kill them.
In effort to stop the energy from dying down, Tyler kept the crowd lit by stage diving even with a broken foot.
It's supposed to be fucker man. Motherfucker,
By the time the song concluded, he explained what occurred on stage, and to say that the injury looked nasty would be an understatement.
I don't know how many of y'all seen when I first came out that I fucked up right there. I hurt my foot bad. My fucking bone is like popping out.
Oh shit, it is.
Despite the fact that the whole world saw it happen, an interview with Tim Westwood saw Tyler give a totally different version of events as only he could.
Was there a hater in the crowd who didn't support you?
No, I got this. I didn't get this from jumping in the crowd. I was attacked by a dragon.
Oh my God.
I was walking down the street and the dragon said, hey.
Can I suck your toe?
No, it just said, hey. I ran and it caught me and bit my foot. Now it's in jail.
Motherfucker!
Man, let's hope that he stays on his feet when it comes to the Chromacopia tour. But he has to be saluted for still diving into the crowd with a broken foot. It's your boy Luesta, and this has been another installment of the most embarrassing performances. As always, I want to thank you guys for watching today's video, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Peace!
Alright.
Live performances don't...
No more rap stuff. Let's find something more meh. Uh-oh. Oh no, did Cat and Chat get in trouble? What the hell? Uh-oh.
Hey, what's up guys, Riv here. So today we're going to be talking about the fallout stemming from this controversial video uploaded by the YouTuber Cat Liente, or as she is now known as, Cat and Chat. So she made this hit piece targeting the VTuber Dokibird, which was a big mistake because she is one of the most respected and well-liked VTubers in the scene. She also has a reputation for going above and beyond to support artists. And in this hit piece, Cat Liente is essentially accusing Dokibird of scamming her own audience, having this charity PC giveaway where she did not deliver on many different aspects of that. Well, as it turns out, there was a lot of lies in this video that have been debunked by Dokibird herself. And as you can see, Cat bit off more than she could chew here because it's blowing up in her face. You can see the like-dislike ratio. It's really, really bad. And before we get into the details of the situation, I have some good news, ladies and gentlemen. The campaign has been extended by 1 additional day. That's right. If you use the link in the pinned comment and code RED.
This is why I would never be like a drama channel, because after a while, becoming a drama channel, it leads to a situation where now, because when you're a drama channel, what happens is you end up being a person of like reason, logic, and also a form of superiority to a degree when pointing out someone's shortcomings or if they fuck up somewhere. Now, the problem with this is that when it's your turn, people are really waiting for your downfall because they're looking for any reason to see if you're going to make any type of mistake or cause any real trouble or anything like that. So this is why I'll never be a drama channel.
Because you guys went so insane. In fact, we sold out of jars for the 2nd time during this short campaign. So they are restocked. Once again, you can see the new jar here, the Peach Rings flavor, as well as my custom jars here, like the Boo Berry Sparkle, as well as the fan favorite Rev's Rocket Pop. You can see all the other flavors on here. You have Focus, Energy, and Hydration. Personally, I like the Energy flavor jars because it gives you the same energy boost as energy drinks or pre-workout without the crash associated with those sources. You can see all the different flavors. You can check it out for yourself with the link. And also you can get a shaker to mix all of this together. Of course, you have these different options here. Again, use the link in the pinned comment and Rev30 for 30% off your total order, and that will expire at the end of the day. Thank you guys for the crazy support on this. That's why we're getting an additional day. And I was told by my partner manager, if we sell out these jars again, I'm going to get a original flavor for the summer, a new custom flavor jar for the summer. So let's make that happen, okay? But anyways, let's get back to the content here. Now, before we get into Kat's video, let's establish the parties here and why it's so significant. So here is Doki Bird, the subject of this hit piece. As you can see, she is a very successful indie VTuber, but her history is very important here. So, back a few years ago, she worked with Niji Sanji, the VTuber agency, as Selen Tatsuki. This is her account. She was eventually terminated. She was fired from this agency in February of 2024, stemming from many different things. But as she was terminated, Doki Bird shared her experience with the company and all of the things that went wrong, including the favoritism in the company, the fact that Doki Bird spent hundreds of thousands of dollars for various events and tournaments at Niji Sanji in their benefit, and she was never compensated for that. She also revealed that she was bullied by people in the company to the point of attempting her own life twice. It was that bad. And how did Niji Sanji respond to this? Well, they made this infamous black screen video on YouTube uploaded by one of their talents where Alira Pandora and two of her fellow gen mates, they made statements about the Doki Bird controversy and essentially threw their former friend under the bus. They said crazy out-of-pocket things about her. They even revealed that they were looking at some of her private information. They even tried to basically say she was a dangerous individual that they're afraid of. All of it a bunch of BS. And as you can see by the like-dislike ratio on this backfired horribly. In fact, I would say this is the worst PR moment in the history of VTubing. But anyways, she would return to her former account, Doki Bird, and she would have immense levels of success. Her debut stream, her re-debut stream, she would have over 100,000 concurrent viewers, and to this day, she is doing really, really well. And she is someone, like I said earlier in the video, she is very well respected among artists because she has gone above and beyond to compensate them, even when she was working with Niji Sanji, the company wasn't actually providing any compensation. She did so out of her own pocket. That's the kind of person that Doki Bird is. So who's the other person involved here? Well, it's Kat Liente, and she is someone who is the definition of a tourist. Someone who is showing interest in things they don't actually know anything about. You can see from her her profile here on Twitter, she is a content creator, advice TikToker, and also a news YouTuber. Now, you can see the moment everything changed for Kat Liente. About a year ago, this is what her YouTube channel looks like. It's all about giving content creators advice, right? All of these videos, a couple thousand views per video, right? But this is the moment everything changed. You can see the literal video that changed it all for her. This VTuber was scammed. VTuber drama, and it gets 93,000 views. And this is what her channel looks like nowadays. She completely flipped the script 100%. She did a 180 the second she saw that she was getting more views talking about drama. And of course, there's nothing wrong with talking about drama. I'm talking about drama. I regularly talk about drama, but the difference is I'm actually invested. I care about the things I'm talking about. Kat has over and over again shown that she is a tourist. She doesn't understand what she's talking about, and she tries to make serious videos and serious claims about people, especially in the VTubing industry, that she has no idea about. She doesn't understand the underlying subjects, and it leads to either dishonest information or, in my belief, sometimes an intentional misrepresentation of situations to fulfill her own agenda. Never more evidenced than this video right here. I talked about this last summer. She made this ridiculous video about this lolly VTuber group. There obviously had some controversy, but they were being absolutely blasted by a harassment campaign that went very, very strong on them. They were being harassed endlessly. They were being mass reported. They lost several of their accounts as a result of this. They were being threatened with doxing. They were being threatened with all sorts of things, to the point where one of the members of this group attempted their own life. And after that happened, one of the VTubers in this group made a response on Discord where they're showing their frustration about the situation they're in, and Kat took that and completely flipped the script. She said they were the ones who started a harassment campaign. She blamed them. She completely misrepresented the entire situation because it fulfilled her own agenda. And when she was called out for this and she was exposed, she said it didn't matter because the people involved in this group were too small to ever put a dent in her career.
Gio, I've been lurking for a while, and I don't know if you mentioned this yet. I haven't talked about the lollipop stuff. I will not talk about it on stream because I'm probably going to make a second video about it. But my Twitch will get banned if I talk about it on stream due to how sensitive the topics are. So I'm going to record it off stream. Didn't know if you mentioned, a bit worried with all the people that are with the lollipop group organizing a mass report raid. Yeah, what are they going to do? Mass report me? Nice try. I've already... Look. I'm going to be fully honest, and this is going to be mean. They're not big enough to put a dent in me, to be honest, okay? I've already called out Gideon, and I had the entirety of Gideon's Stan fan base mass report me. So... that their little lolly accounts is not going to put a dent into me.
So now that you have a sense of who Kat Liente is, you understand why people would be already very hesitant to see her talking about Dokibird at any capacity, and why this video is such a epic disaster. So it's an hour and 48 minutes. You better like this video because I sat here and listened to her dribble for nearly 2 hours so I could present this to you. I'm going to give you the TLDR in the situation because I'm not going to make you sit here and react to hours of content on something that she got wrong in almost every regard. But basically, she's accusing Dokibird of scamming some of her audience, where she had this PC charity giveaway where she had the highest bidder who would be giving, who would receive a custom PC, obviously based on Dokibird. And this was something that was going on for about a year. The person who won this obviously gave thousands of dollars to this campaign to be the winner. And there was complications. There was a lot of miscommunication between Dokibird, her management, and the winner of this contest. But Kat Liente makes it very clear she is blaming Dokibird for the actions of her team, which is very important. Remember that later in this video. But then she also tries to say that there was no PC delivered, that the person who won this competition was basically shorted out of what they were entitled to. And she also makes a very strong point of saying the artist who was making this PC was shorted by Dokibird and her team, and that this is some big scam going on. Let's just get a small sense of what she was saying in this video with her introduction.
This is tea so piping hot. None of you guys have actually heard about it before because it has not been posted anywhere. This is about a big VTuber by the name of Dokibird and a charity stream that Doki had hosted over a year ago. It's actually crazy how bad this all falls apart. Manager's like, why does it cost so much? Why couldn't you donate it? Right? How is this the artist's fault? How is this the artist's responsibility that your team screwed up? We're a totally different legal entity from the old company. The old company had no official agreements with you, and the new company is looking into this and also have no agreements with you, let alone take over things of the old company. To this day, the artist has not been compensated for their labor, nor has the bidder received a PC. And it appears there's a new builder who is doing the build for free. I made this document, so I want to make sure I'm covering this correctly. Is this real? Unfortunately, it is.
So as you probably already guessed, a lot of this information shared in her video was a complete misrepresentation of what actually occurred, and Dokibird felt compelled enough by Kat Liente's video to release a Google Doc on Twitter explaining her side of the story and debunking pretty much everything that Kat said in that nearly 2-hour long hit piece. And of course, it's like, imagine being so foul that Dokibird releases a Google Doc on you. That's absolutely insane. But in this, I'm going to summarize what Dokibird said. So let's begin with the intro here. So full statement on the charity auction and recent allegations. To everyone following the situation regarding the charity auction, I want to address the claims that have been circulating, particularly in a recent video. This has been an incredibly difficult experience, but I believe the full story deserves to be heard. First and foremost, I accept the handling of this auction item was far from ideal. I want to sincerely apologize to those impacted, especially the winner, for the delays and confusion, and I tremendously appreciate the patience and support the winner has shown me. I take responsibility for how things unfolded, but I also need to be transparent about the challenges that were taking place behind the scenes, many of which have not been shared publicly until now. I feel that it is time that I share this with everyone, as I am coming to terms with what occurred in the summer. At the time of the auction was concluding, I was in the middle of a serious and distressing transition. My previous management team had taken full control of my brand, and I was actively working with lawyers and the police to reclaim ownership of DokiBird. During this time, I was also forced to move out of my home under police supervision, a situation so severe it required formal reports and the help of personal friends and staff. It was during this incredibly turbulent time that the charity item fell into the hands of my team while I was trying to survive and restart my life from the ground up. I won't go into too much detail, but this screenshot is a snapshot of how bad it was. And she'll go on to talk about how she passed this off to her management, some of which are no longer working with her, and there was a lot of miscommunication. That is very clear, right? And in this, the sort of giveaway here that was supposed to be happening, it kept taking more and more time, and it took about a year for a actual resolution to be met. But understand, like I said earlier, Kat puts all of the blame on DokiBird. She says, your actions of your manager are attributable to you. There was no contract, there was no formal agreement, so the confusion on various ends was in part because of these managers. Kat is saying that misunderstanding is all on DokiBird. Please remember that standard when we talk about some things and some controversies that Kat is currently facing. So what are we even talking about with this PC? Well, here's the problem. There was a couple $1,000s spent on the charity auction. That's what the winner actually contributed.
For the follow.
But what were they being charged? What was DokiBird being charged by this PC maker? Nearly $15,000. It started off at $6,000, then it went to $8,000, then to $12,000, then to $14,900 to build a PC. Now, I've never built a PC, but I'm sure people in the audience have done so. Does it cost $15,000 to build a PC? I don't think so. And there was also a $4,000 cancellation fee being pushed onto DokiBird if she didn't want to follow through on this, which of course, again, there was no contract. There was no expectation of anything. So this person who was involved in making this PC was making up terms as they went and was trying to jack up the price of this entire build to the point of absolutely ridiculous numbers, like $15,000 to make this. Now, what did they actually do? What was the work that they provided that would yield nearly $15,000? Here it is.
By using commands like
That's everything. This is everything. Start to finish. This is the only thing that the artist ever provided. And also, by the way, the artist name was redacted in the Google Doc that Kat used, which, of course, is no longer available. She redacted all of the names except for DokiBird. This is so important that she has to fight for the justice of this artist, but won't share their name. Make it make sense. Now, let me make this even more clear here. This artist, this PC builder, pretty much produced nothing. Even this art right here, this is an art reference sheet that was made in 2020 by a different artist. They were just using it as their own reference for this PC template. And as you can see, all they did was crudely copy and paste other images on top of this PC template and added a couple notes here and there. That's all they did. I'm sure you or me or anyone else who's not even good at this stuff could probably produce something like this in a half an hour. But they're charging nearly $15,000. Well, guess what? They say, well, that's justified because I spent 120 hours doing this. And of course, they asked DokiBird and her team, can we get a time-lapse video of the PC build? Can we get pics of anything that happened? Can you prove to us that you produced anything? And they refused. And now they want $15,000. And now Kat is making a video accusing DokiBird of scamming this artist and shortchanging them when all they did was produce a reference sheet and then refuse to provide any evidence of the supposed 120 hours they put into making this PC that, for all we know, never actually existed. So Kat and also many Niji Sanji sycophants are attacking Doki Bird. They're raking her over the coals for this because she didn't want to pay $15,000 for a reference sheet. Make it make sense, ladies and gentlemen. This whole thing is so ridiculous, and it's even more ridiculous when you look at the pinned comment on this video, where there's so many updates on this, you can't even keep track of what's going on. She tries over and over again to basically double down on her original take and to say right here at the beginning, the buyer has been refunded the original amount and an extra $1,000. However, the artist involved hasn't been compensated at all. I didn't include this yet, but yes, they came to an agreement. The winner of the competition and Doki Bird, they agreed privately and they amicably agreed on a price. Instead of giving the PC, because this whole thing fell apart, they gave them thousands of dollars, including an extra $1,000 to go out and build their own PC. So that was solved privately before this video was ever even made. So they're rehashing drama on behalf of someone who is totally fine with the result. But they still double down on this. And they also say the poor artist hasn't been compensated at all. Yeah, I'm sorry they didn't want to pay $15,000 for a reference sheet. Like, are you serious? And really the whole crux of her video, the entire basis, is trying to blame Doki Bird for the actions of her management. Okay, she's saying, too bad, I know you're working through your managers, but they're responsible to you. So it's your fault. You're responsible for what your managers are doing. Boy, would that standard blow up in her face, because for some reason, she has decided over the past 2 days to rehash a controversy that happened in November of last year. So Kat got in some big trouble when she made this video about this Alicia VTuber here, where she basically clickbaited this woman's cancer diagnosis for a drama video. Obviously, that didn't go over very well. But again, this happened in November of last year, but now she's publicly addressing this, addressing the cancer clickbait incident with Alicia. There was a situation where Alicia, come on, dude, you didn't even proofread this, where Alicia was hacked and lost access to their YouTube channel, and I had made a video about it titled something like VTuber with cancer was hacked. The VTuber publicly expressed on their Twitter that they did not want people to talk about their hacking situation, and I wanted to respect that and was going to delete the video. At this point, the video was not live. It was sitting as private on my channel. I should have deleted the video immediately to avoid miscommunication with my editor, and that's my fault. However, while I was asleep, my editor posted the video without me knowing. Ding, ding, ding. So she's attacking Doki Bird, saying, you can't pass this blame on your manager who was communicating with this contest winner. You're wrong for that. It's your fault. And then here, addressing a 6-month-old controversy, she passes all of the blame onto her editor, a third party, just like she's accusing Doki Bird of doing. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. A completely ridiculous person that we're dealing with here, and people are crucifying this woman, and I think rightfully so, for this weird attempt to show herself as a good person. Again, addressing controversy that happened like 6 or 7 months ago. Why are we talking about this now amidst all of this controversy with the video on Doki Bird, which is still up? It's got, I don't know why she's doing this. It can't be worth all of this. And also, I'm not going to show it, but in her response to that VTuber, she also shared that she paid the VTuber money as like reparations or like compensation for making the video. She gave her like $150, but she posted a screenshot of the PayPal of this VTuber and crudely just drew like a thin line over her legal name. And you can see her legal name. She essentially doxed the woman. For what? I have no idea. It's so weird. It seems like it's malicious. How else does that happen? How else do you end up in a situation like that where you're not censoring properly a legal name? It's crazy. This whole situation is a disaster, and everything that this woman talks about blows up in her face because she's a tourist. She wants the attention, and unfortunately, the attention she is receiving now is negative because she botched another situation, this time involving Doki Bird, among other VTubers as well. But that's going to do it for this video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comments.
Okay. That's probably why I'll never be a drama channel. It's just too much headache to deal with.
Ryu the Samurai said I feel ya. Cold face emoji, said hey can I say
And
a
yes,
joke?
I am going to make money. I am going to ask for contributions, and you're gonna like it.
He's a monster.
DSP is arguably one of the worst, if not the worst streamer on YouTube, bar none, no questions asked. I think his saving grace is that he's incredibly lucky. If DSP was under the same level of scrutiny I was, or even Sergon of Akkad on this platform, he'd have been gone for TOS violations that none of us would commit because we know what the outcome would be for such foolishness. But for some reason, the dude flies wild and free. He's an absolute wild animal. There's no other way to put it.
There's people in the chat right now. Oh, he's doing a meme. Oh, this is cringe. Shut the and eat it. Eat it. Eat ass. Shut the f. I am not putting up with any of this shit ever again. Kiss my ass and lick my and I'm about it.
This guy comes in and tells his chat off the rip, I need money. Give me the money. And when I get it, your reward will be watching me eat something poorly. But while you watch me eat, you have to pay me to watch.
Weird one. He's a weird dude.
Watch me eat. It's the worst mukbang in history. At least Nick Avocado was funny or interesting. Phil is just, he's a charisma vacuum. A black hole where good ideas and entertainment go to die. Ugh. Recently, Phil didn't hit his goals, so he had a little temper tantrum. This is common for a 45-year-old man.
He's been in perfect health for 40 years.
Oh my god. Now I'm pissed. Now I can't even concentrate, and I'm pissed off. I'm pissed. Do you want me to be honest? I'm pissed off because I play better when I'm relaxed, when I'm like, okay, everything's good, we hit our goals, we got fun stuff coming up, and it pisses me off.
He needs to be relaxed. I thought he had no money. That was why he was flipping. He actually got $212 for this stream. Could you imagine?
How? Bro, how are these horrible people making this? What am I doing wrong? What? It's like, it's the horrible of the horrible. Like, how? Bro, how? What the fuck?
Sitting on your ass, playing video games poorly, mind you. Using a sniper rifle in close range because that's how they work. And then just spazzing out because you didn't hit your goal. 50 of 50. He's not going to get to eat pizza tomorrow, you guys. What? How could this be?
It pisses me off that last minute I gotta wait for it, and it might or might not happen. If it doesn't happen, we gotta wait another day for the marathon that I wanted to do on Sunday. It's frustrating.
Oh god, DSP's marathons. That's where he sits.
I don't know, bro. I don't think my bank account can handle that, and my whole conscience being horrible and terrible. This is why I don't like connecting with other creators, because I feel like once you start connecting with other creators, you're always under some weird scrutiny that if they fuck up in some weird way, or if you say something they don't like, they're going to fuck it all up for you.
And begs for money and tells you how successful he is, while also telling you that he needs money, because nothing says success like begging.
I can't concentrate right now. I literally can't. I'm trying to concentrate and it's just, look, I can't even get a shot off.
You can't get a shot off because your aim is garbage. Look at this camping play style in Call of Duty of all games. If you want to sit in a spot and do nothing and wait for a shot, play Arma King of the Hill, bro. Like, dude, you filthy casual. Just fast forward to the part where Captain Fidget sees someone coming and prepares for it by doing sniper shots at close range.
I literally can't play. I can't play. I can't even hit a guy. I heard him coming. I fired as soon as he came. I can't hit anyone.
I'm not even going to bother talking about how it would have been smarter to, I don't know, change your position because you knew he was coming for you. So the smarter move would have been to, I don't know, jump off the edge because it's Call of Duty. Your legs won't break. And then run behind him and gank him. Instead, you stand there like a total mark. In this clip, DSP gets shot. He's still pouting that he hasn't gotten $300. And he runs into a wall and blames the game.
Awful. Look at this. They spawned me. I'm not even kidding you. They spawned me facing this corner. So as the round started and I went to start running, I literally just walked into a corner.
Yo,
that was
man, I tell you something. DSP is a professional excuse maker. He is a professional excuse maker. He always have an excuse for every fuck shit that happens to him. He always has a fucking... It's crazy. It's like... He always has an excuse. Like, bro, you can't be... Like, you're 45 years old. You can't be constantly having excuses like this. Come on, man. Like, Jesus Christ. This dude always has an excuse for virtually everything that happens to him. On why things are bad, why everything's happening that's wrong with him. But he just can't take it on the chin and let's take accountability. Like, no, I fucked up. No, it's the remote, it's the chair, it's the dog barking, it's his wife saying something to him. It's always something that it's like it's always like a weird obstruction that's always happening around him. And he's always has an excuse for why isn't that happening.
Running engine.
Enemy stun.
What? So where did he spawn? He spawned behind me again. Yo, the game is so bad. I literally can't move right now.
The game is bad because he sucks at the game. That's crazy. How do you do that? Like, okay. The point to point out if a game is bad, you can sometimes tell by just like certain things that's happening, but like when it's you constantly having everything that's happening,
I said everything except him.
Yes, it's always something. It's never like, okay, I fucked up. It's my fault.
I'm trying to move. The game caught me on the edge and wouldn't let me move. I'm walking.
I'm on the edge.
Are you retarded?
This guy who literally gaming companies now gear their stuff towards as the infamous GDC God of War panel proven that these guys are actually using Nimrods like Phil to design their games.
Here's a quick example. I want you to watch what the player does here as he boats around.
Experimentation.
We're back.
Bro, is that really DSP in this? I thought that was a meme. Oh my god, that's really him in this? Bro, is this real? Oh my god, are you serious? This dude gets to be in a GDC demonstration? Are you kidding me? Oh my god. I'm doing something wrong, Bri. I'm doing something hideously wrong. Something is not right. And I think it's me. It's me. It has to be me. Come on. It has to be me. It's gotta be something I'm doing wrong, bro. This dude is up here on GDC on a demonstration. I thought that was a meme all these years. When I saw that, all this, like, I thought that was a meme. But that's real. Oh my god.
Look where we are. We're back.
Okay, so in this example, the player is exploring the hub. They've been correctly taught the shock arrow mechanic. And thanks to the design work done by Kai Zheng, they've also been told that shock arrows mean interesting themes and that there's a lot of different variety and a lot of different gameplay, right? So we've made a convincing promise to the player.
The camera drifted.
So watch it one more time, and I want you to watch just what the camera behavior does.
The camera behavior?
Vanilla magic led him to new forms of experimentation.
We're back.
New levels of depravity.
Look where we are. We're back.
Boom, and there it is. He saw a shock crystal, right? He has been taught correctly. He has been promised interesting gameplay. And because he is returning to the hub, he is thinking, oh, I feel like doing one of those. I know how those work.
How does it feel to have lived long enough to see all of your favorite franchises go down in flames?
I hate breathing. I hate being alive. I'm in tremendous pain. I'm in tremendous...
Later on, DSP does get his marathon.
Whoa. You're like, boom. You're like, woo. That'll clear out your sinuses, baby.
Shut your mouth. Shut up. Shut the hole in your face. Like that. You can do it. Shh. Shut up.
He plays Kingdom Come 2 or something.
Exciting. Oh, some shout-outs.
But he was so adamantly against playing the game that it's typical DSP-ism, where you give him money to do something that he doesn't want to do, and he begrudgingly does it and quits as soon as possible. A la the Christmas Stellar Blade stream.
I'm sorry, that game is stupid.
And now this.
I'll bear that in mind.
I'll sort out the rest with Ignatius.
You're still talking! Shut the Shut
Sydney.
Shut
Adelaide.
up! Is there a video game? Shut up! This is the worst ever!
But in better ones.
They never shut up! Oh! Oh!
I'm sick of him already.
Notice how he doesn't do that for Yakuza, a game he actually likes. And Lord knows there's 20-minute cutscenes in Yakuza, but Phil's little brain couldn't handle this one because he just didn't want to play.
Interesting, so...
He saw women with boobs in the opening sequence, and that was pretty much it for him.
Well, what a nice game that within the intro, scantily clad women, right? You see, I'm quite gay.
Oh my god, there's scantily clad women taking a bath. Oh my god, women. Here's one of those classic moments from Phil, when even some of his most dented viewers, the people who sit and actually unironically watch Darkside Phil, have finally had a little bit too much begging.
672, 47 months as a member. He says, hashtag DSP Goaling, too much beg, hard to watch now. Well, perhaps 672, if you actually contributed, it wouldn't be a problem. But instead, you just stand around complaining. Let he who has already contributed cast the first stone.
Let he who's already contributed cast the first stone. Bro, what?
He took a Jesus quote and made it about money.
Like they say, literally the adage, ask and you shall receive, works. Because some people may be sitting here watching and enjoying and then not even think about contributing.
I tell you something, DSP reminds me of a Simpsons character. He feels like a person from Simpsons. He doesn't feel real. He feels like a character I've seen on The Simpsons. That's the weirdest part. Like, he doesn't feel real. Like, I feel like he's a cartoon character to a degree. Like, this just feels like this is on purpose, almost to a degree. The way he talks, the way he speaks, the way he acts, it just feels like I've seen a character like you in, like, Futurama or Simpsons or something to that degree. You have that type of energy. It's weird.
Be something you'd expect a member of the Sanhedrin to do. Let he who is not donated cast the first super chat, but he's not that creative mentally to actually make the connection there. Oh,
what a dude. Have some more begging.
Jalen says, if I've already gifted three subs today, if I give 7 more, would that qualify me for the OG badge? Yes. Yes, because I can confirm that you did give 3 today. I would give you the VIP badge if you give 7 more. Yes, I would. It does have to be today, though.
Yes, you're not hearing it wrong. Darkside Phil is selling badges on his stream.
Are you retarded?
If you give him a certain amount of money, you can have a badge. It's almost like some sort of home shopping network for people with downs. Yes, Jalen. Give me $300 and you get the OG badge, but this is a one-time only offer. If you don't do it today, you will not get the OG badge and the 2 extra badges of stupidity.
Excuse me. No, I'm not offering to shave. I made the offer to shave. No one took me up on it foolishly. And now that offer is off the table. I will not offer to shave again. That's your own fault. You wanted to see that, you should have done it when it was on the table instead of asking for it after the fact. That's very foolish of you. Jalen, I'm sorry. No, the OG badge is 20 or more. The OG badge is 20 subs or more. I can't give it away for less than 20 subs.
What the hell are you talking about? It's a digital item that means nothing. It's less than nothing. At least in CSGO, if you got a certain skin on your knife, you could flip it for cash. But a DSP OG badge means all to the rest of the world.
Whoa. This is worthless.
It's less than worthless, my boy.
And you might be wondering, what's this shave talk about? The context there is there was a point where DSP was so hard up for cash like 2 or 3 weeks ago that if people gave him $3,000 for his birthday, no, $3,500, he would shave.
How do you make these type of demands and get the cash? How do you make these type of demands and get the cash? How do you do that?
Ryuga Samurai said hi noob.
What's up, bro? How do you do that? That's crazy to me. I feel bad when people give me gifts, much less even them, like, just today I was just asking for like 3 little roses just to see what TikTok will reward me because they said something about some type of reward thing. And I didn't want you to do that, but I just wanted to see what happens. That was just, and remember, roses are like half a penny. They're worth half a penny. Like literally less than a penny. Remember that. And hardly anyone tried to accept one of my regulars that came in at the last second. She gave me like 3, but it was not enough because they have to get 3 individuals, not 3 roses, which they didn't establish. They didn't establish that. They just said get 3 roses. That's
Noob 400 said hi Ryuga.
And what's wild about that is like, okay, no one said anything, so I just moved on and didn't even make a big fuss about it because it's just little roses, right? This dude is out here telling people to give him $3,000+ for like no reason. Because, well, he's in a bind that he put
Noob
himself
400 said, teacher, I've sent you something.
Alright. But, like, Jesus Christ, that's crazy to me, dude.
Of his beard. What a treat. $3,500 to see this weak chin MFer and stare at him for like a week till it grows back. What Jesus H. Christ. And he's acting as if you missed out on the deal of the century. Oh, sorry, Jalen. I was going to give you a Bitcoin for $5,000, but the deal's off the table now. Yesterday's price is not today's price.
Because he said he wants an OG badge for 10. No, that's not the offer. The offer is 10 subs on Kick tonight for a VIP, 20 subs for an OG.
Let me see here. A lot of like stuff. How does it look, Teach? I really like how it came out. Okay. We have a lack of a bit of a tilt, but not bad. I like the foot that's on top of the square. I like that. Need a little bit more. We need to pull a little bit more on that knee for the higher. Like, okay, the foot that's on top of the square, not bad, but that's where I think the square is kind. Let me see. No, the square is pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. So, but because it's lower, it's not gonna match much of that of the first one. So it does this weird thing where because the butt or the leg to the butt is kind of like in this weird awkward position. There's no leaning. It's kind of like floating. Is that I'm okay? So like you see the longest leg that is standing, not the one that's bending, but the longest leg that is standing. It feels like it's kind of like hovering in a way, like it's in this weird awkward position, like it will kind of hurt. So what I would do is I would tilt the pelvis more to the right side and have us see more of the left love handle be seen more and more stretched out alongside the tilt of the long leg. I know that's going to be hard to explain. Like, I know I don't expect you to get that for me to explain that. I'll send you a video, but I see that what you was trying to do there, you did pretty good. But because it's what's really making this difficult is 2 things. It's the placement of the knee, the longest knee that's having a problem. Not the one that's bending. The one that is bending, you actually did a pretty good job-ish. But I noticed that from the ankle to the calf is a little too close. It needs to be a bit more stretched out. From the ankle to the calf. But it's like 3 things. One, it's the deforming of certain areas, like the longest knee, the ankle to the calf, and then the bending, you got the bending idea down, But the problem is that the tilting of the weight that you're trying to put onto the square, so it feels more, you know, because like it looks like the character's trying to jump off, like they're trying to position themselves to jump, but they're kind of floating, so it's this awkward placement. Well, even though it's like half a body. I'll show you. I'll send you a video because me explaining it's gonna sound insane. How does this look? Teach. Okay, let me see that foot. The foot and the foot. Okay, that's okay. Okay, yours is. I noticed something about this reference that the last one you sent. It's not showing the buttocks to a degree. They should show that part. Why is that cut off? That's weird. Let me see. Let me see. I kind of noticed that when you're drawing when you're doing the anatomy, I noticed that all your anatomy tends to be too compact. They're never really like space to breathe. Like for instance, the like I said, the calf from the ankle, the longest leg that is spreading out seems deformed based on how squished it is. And that's where I think where the part where the leg is kind of like bending, you kind of got confused to a degree where everything feels kind of bunched up where the leg looks broken. So tomorrow, when I get up, I'm going to send you a video on this very thing so you know what to look for, because me explaining it, I know I assume that majority of most of my students are more visionary than just auditory. So I'm going to send you a video just in case, because I might be explaining in a way that may sound confusing. So I'm going to send you a video and explain to you where you just need to fix. It's usually like 1 or 3 components. It's not like the whole thing. And it's usually just like small little errors of like deformity to a degree, too much closeness of certain bones and like placements. And then it's just like a gestural weight thing. It's like you have to give your characters weight. And I think that's one of the hardest things when doing a gesture. Because when you're doing a gesture, you have to give it a form of weight and balance. And and this is the weird thing. When we draw characters in a static pose, we tend to draw them as like, okay, so when we're trying to draw a dynamic pose, when there's like a lot of turning and like sidewaysness, I notice that a lot of beginners try to draw everything and make sure everything gets seen, right? But when it's coming to the fact of like a static pose where there's not a lot, they try to show less. It's weird. It's like a weird opposite thing that happens. But I'll explain it later tomorrow and send you a video on it. I hope that it was at least helpful to show that I care. I do care. It's just that I just didn't get the time to get to see it because I need to make some content. But tomorrow I'll send you a video on it before I stream.
30 subs to get...
And if for whatever reason I end up not doing that, please remind me so I'll just do it on stream.
An additional OG.
I was joking before that he was going to try and sell Jalen an extra 2 badges, but I'll be damned, he did it. Wow. I got nothing to say to that. I feel like part of my brain just short-circuited.
Which I never offer. But you have to buy the 20 subs first, and then for 10 more you get a second OG. That's the deal.
This dude is a greedy sack of absolute shit that can't stream to save his life. And he's so combative and smug. He's gone so far from where he was just a few months ago, telling everyone he was a massive success and we were all losers. Oh, here's an extra clip.
Oh, I can't believe this. I'm not going to support this. Well, did you hear what I just said?
No problem.
You.
But Phil, I thought you said your streams were fun and interactive. Now you're telling me to go F myself.
And yes, I am going to make money. I am going to ask for contributions, and you're going to like it.
Bro, what?
What? This man, I tell you something, DSP has the oh my god. Bro has the cadence of a OF girl. Oh my god. He really talks to people like they're pay piggies. Like, oh my god, dude. Don't you hear yourself? Like, as a man, like, this is crazy. And it's not like he's like a super attractive man who can like say these type of things, and he's like ripped and he has like fame and fortune. This is just a old schmo. He's just a schmo. How do you talk like this? That's crazy.
Band,
like a dictator.
That's crazy.
Hey, give it to me one more time.
I am going to ask for contributions, and you're
gonna
gonna
like it. Oh my god, what a piece of shit.
Are you ready? So, all right, how about this? Let's get one contribution of each type. Let's get one super chat, one membership, and one sub right now.
Oh, yeah.
Right now.
This is when Phil begs, but he thinks he's going to be funny with it. God, someone telling him to get 3 cameras is the worst thing to ever happen.
Yeah. Yeah. He has a smug face.
So
how do you do this? How do you do this? I can't do this.
Let's get one.
He's so
How many followers does this dude has? Like, I never really bothered to. That's his wife?
Wife is like 300 pounds now. There's no redeeming.
That's my first time seeing his wife for the first time. What the fuck? Okay. How many? Like, okay. DSP. Is it DSP? DSP. Oh. No. DSP. It's a Gundam. Wait, what? Yes. Does he have a YouTube channel? He doesn't have a YouTube. What the hell? $200,000 followers. Fucking. Okay, TikTok. I'm pretty sure he has a TikTok, knowing him. Hold on. Let me check his TikTok. I don't think bro has a real. I don't think bro has a TikTok. I don't think he has a TikTok. There's a lot of people reposting his stuff.
Electro Slime said sugar.
So, a kitty cat, so cute. Kitty cat. Users, DSP game. Yeah, I don't think he has one because this one got 26 followers. There's no way that's him. No, that is not DSP. Oh wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty sure he has a Twitch, but I'm not even gonna look that up.
Qualities, there's no charisma. He's just a void of a human existence. But you have to pay to see it. This is late stage capitalism. Old, overweight, muscle atrophied, gout-ridden man smugly proclaims into a camera.
I am going to ask for contributions,
and you're gonna like it. Okay, I forgot my point of this whole video, and my point is DSP really sucks. He's the worst streamer ever. These are just tiny clips. I didn't even put any thought into this dude. This is me just pulling stuff randomly, bro. Tired of your internet provider or government and every advertiser this side of the algorithm knowing what you Googled last night? Meet Proton VPN, the no logs policy, no nonsense VPN.
Okay, that's over. That's the end. He's literally at the end. I'm not even kidding. That's not middle of the game. That's literally end. That's crazy. That's crazy. How do you do that?
The MCU's Phase 5 is absolutely
like for instance, when my mod Bean, when she like gives gifts or supports, I feel bad as shit. Like I feel like lower than I feel horrible. Like horrible. I feel horrible when my mods support me in a financial way because I feel like they already do enough for me. I don't know how this dude just like fucking, I don't know how he does it. I don't know how he does it. How do you just look to the camera in the face as a man and say, I'm going to need you to do X, Y, and Z. You're going to like it. Like a OF girl. Like, come on, dude. How do you do that? It's diabolical in itself. Like, it's crazy.
Sucked ass. At least Phase 4 had Spider-Man No Way Home to prop it up. This one had No Way Home Light with the nostalgia-fueled Deadpool and Wolverine, but eating McDonald's and calling it gourmet doesn't make it gourmet. It's still a goddamn Big Mac. At least it's better than Rachel Zegler's Snow White.
I ain't got a good brain.
I think you've got a fine brain, Jack.
You make me happy.
The MCU slowed down since the release of Part 1 of this series, with only one movie to come out in 2024, but it picked right back up this year with 2 movies out already in 2025, Captain America Brave New World and Thunderbolts, aka the New Avengers. To put it nicely, out of the 3, one of these things is not like the others. So here we are. This is a sort of compilation video. I've included the remaining MCU Phase 5 movies that weren't in Part 1, but I've also reviewed Thunderbolts for this video since I hadn't released that yet. So it's 1/3 new. Since Thunderbolts is the unreleased review, fuck doing this in order, let's just start with that, shall we? Thunderbolts! The New Avengers. Thunderbolts is a complete and utter mess, has a plethora of problems, and completely character assassinates a number of players in the movie, but just like this guy trying to get a date, I can't say I'm not entertained with the end result.
Slide in my DMs, like this.
For one thing, the movie doesn't actively hate me, like almost every movie post-Endgame, so that already gives it a leg up over the recent Marvel fare. Besides objective plot issues that contradict preceding Marvel projects, the movie also boasts fantastic performances that you'd be hard-pressed not to enjoy. And by God, it at least has an underlying, or overt, rather, thematic element that's consistent throughout the entire movie. You've probably heard already that
it needs to be said that if we're gonna... Okay. I think it should be almost mandatory for, if there's going to be a director working on a project like Marvel or DC or whatever, and it's a cinematic universe to a degree, they have to watch the movies. They have to watch the movies. Take notes. They have to watch the movies. They have to. This is almost like a given at this point now. I think that's just what it is. I think that's something that needs to happen. You need to watch the movies first before you start doing any form of writing or directing. So you can't say anything that contradicts something that happened several movies ago. This is why when the Endgame happened, they should have just literally rebooted right after that. No Loki, no none of that. They should have just literally just rebooted the whole franchise right after that. That's it. I think that would have been best for everyone. I think that's the best idea to do that, because it makes no sense.
The film tackles mental health, and while it does so with the subtlety of a sledgehammer, it at least attempts to say and be something. And shit, that's a huge win in 2025. That's the thing with Marvel in modern times. You have to grade it on a curve, because shit just isn't good anymore. The extremes are either tickling the nostalgia button for an easy win like Deadpool and Wolverine, or flat out dog shit like Captain America 4. Well, Thunderbolts lies somewhere in between, but at least there's some light at the end of the tunnel. It's a box office bomb, however, which speaks to the apathy people have toward the MCU as a whole at this point. It's open to one of the lowest totals that any MCU movie ever has, and while it's been generally well received by audiences, it simply won't make enough to turn a profit. This is mostly due to the usual inflated Disney-sized budget, so they have no one to blame but themselves, but did we expect any less? Regardless, the best way to break this thing down is to start with the story, so let's dive right into it. The movie starts with Yelena talking about how depressed she is, or maybe she's just bored. She narrates this while bad bitch girl bossing her way through a violent mission to get an inconsequential to the plot thingamajig. beating the shit out of men 3 times her size with ease. At this point, we've seen this kind of shit so many times, you just kind of become numb to the disbelief and wait for the next scene. If you remember, she's working for Allegra de Fontaine, the woman who was last seen recruiting bad people for an undercover ops group. Hint, Yelena seems to be one of those operatives. De Fontaine's apparently being investigated by the DOJ or some shit for involvement in a super secret, super not good project named Sentry. So Yelena's here in Malaysia trying to sever any ties she might have to said project. She blows up the lab after having a therapy session with the workers there about how sad she is. De Fontaine realizes she'll be impeached if her involvement in the project is discovered, so Yelena saying she's all done working for her throws a wrench in the gears. And so the boss agrees to let her go after one final mission, sending Yelena off to a covert facility some fucking where to eliminate some random target. And she's happy to do it, thinking she'll be released, riding off like an exuberant Terminator.
When judgment comes for you, when judgment comes for you, what you gonna do?
But once she reaches the facility, she's attacked by Johnny Walker, aka the dude who is actually the rightful guy to take over as Captain America, but we'll touch on that later. Ghost, who you probably don't remember but was the villain in Ant-Man 2, and Taskmaster, who you probably also don't remember but was the villain in the Black Widow movie, have all been sent there under false pretenses. They've been sent to kill each other. Yes, indeed, they've been tricked by De Fontaine, god damn it, and wind up in a Mexican standoff. Well, most of them do. Taskmaster dies almost immediately because the plot couldn't be bothered with her. And you'd think Yelena would be super upset about this since Taskmaster is one of her Black Widowed sisters from the Red Room and all that. No. But nah, they just raid her corpse for weaponry and a turkey sandwich. They also accidentally wake up some dude named Bob, who's been suspended in cryosleep or some comic book style bullshit, and they all have to reluctantly team up to escape because they finally realize what the audience did 10 minutes ago. De Fontaine set them all up to die because they're all expendable assets and she doesn't want to go to prison, so she's going to get rid of all the evidence, meaning them too. The room is set to blow up, and thankfully De Fontaine put a little clock in there for plot purposes so the not heroes can conveniently know how much time they have to escape. Well, guess what? They do. While doing this, Yelena connects with Bob over their mutual depressive nature, and they seem to take a liking to one another. Yelena, Walker, Ghost, and Bob finally make it back outside after some extreme but reluctant cooperation. But De Fontaine discovered they survived, so she sent a small army to stop.
I hate the fact that the dude's name is Bob. I'm pretty sure that's just his name in the comics, but it's just such a basic name.
Stop them. She's also been informed about Bob, who's actually part of the Sentry super soldier experiment that was supposed to be dead, so she wants him taken alive. Well, good old Bob sacrifices himself so Yelena and the gang can escape, taking bullet after bullet. De Fontaine is pissed that the soldiers shot him, but all the commanding officer heard was fire at will. Well, guess what? Bob has some tricks up his sleeve, because the Sentry experiments worked, and he's actually superhuman as fuck. He can fly, he's invulnerable, and basically just Superman who will eventually wear yellow spandex. De Fontaine takes him in and brings him to the old Avengers Tower, where she plans on using him to face the press as a distraction from all her dirty deeds. She stupidly talks about her plans while in the backseat of a limo driven by Yelena's adoptive dad, the Red Guardian. The craziest coincidence, or the plot needed it to happen, and he races off to rescue them because he somehow knows exactly where they are. And yep, he does just that, pulling up and rescuing Yelena and the gang because, well, you know, the plot needed him to. Meanwhile, Congressman Bucky Barnes has been following the De Fontaine situation, getting calls from her thirsty secretary who's been leaking information to him. So he heads out, hot on Yelena's trail too, and rescues her, Red Guardian, and the others from an attack by a group of soldiers, before taking them all into super soldier custody via his one badass scene. He wants them all to testify against De Fontaine, but they explain the Bob situation to him in an aha moment, and he decides to help the gang infiltrate the old Avengers Tower and stop Fontaine and bibbidi bobbidi boop. Unfortunately for them, De Fontaine has helped him realize control over his powers, and he's now calling himself the Sentry, along with some new bleached blonde surfer dude hair. He dispatches the group in a matter of seconds, but when De Fontaine tells him to kill them all, he refuses since they're clearly not a threat to him. This sends De Fontaine into a bitchy tailspin, and Sentry goes full Nicolas Cage on her. However, Fontaine's assistant hits a kill switch that incapacitates him long enough for them to escape, but this inadvertently triggers old Bob's alter ego known as the Void. and he starts to engulf the city of New York in darkness. It's basically this giant black hole of sadness that sends everyone it touches into their deepest, darkest secret hole of depression. Yelena sacrifices herself to enter this void of darkness to try and stop Bob from within. And they're a team now, so Red Guardian, Walker, Ghost, and Bucky jump in after her. Using the power of words, Yelena convinces Bob to leave the darkness behind. And after beating the shit out of himself like he's Jim Carrey in Liar Liar,
What the hell are you doing?
I'm kicking my ass! Do you mind?
he takes control and they escape. After regaining control of himself, the city returns to normal, and lo and behold, DeFontaine is right there to snag the gang and get away with it all by presenting them to the news media who just so happen to be right there. Yes, indeed, she ducks responsibility by introducing the team as the New Avengers. Oh, and then there's a post-credit scene where the New Avengers see the Fantastic Four's ship flying toward Earth from space or something, and that's it. That's the fucking movie. Okay, let's start with all the bad about this movie, because let's be fair, there's plenty that's wrong. The most glaring thing about Thunderbolts, or the New Avengers as we should be calling it, is character assassination. If you've actually been following the Marvel Cinematic Universe, it's like you're actively punished for doing so, because you'll notice glaring things like, well, characters acting completely differently in this movie than they did in previous Marvel projects. The biggest example in New Avengers is John Walker. When he debuted in the Falcon and Winter Soldier Disney Plus show,
You know, Bri, have you been watching Windbreaker by any chance? I'm just wondering. Have you been keeping up with that at all?
he was actually a pretty righteous dude who righteously killed a fucking terrorist who murdered his best friend. So in this movie, they've made him a total dick. That's right, in this movie, John Walker is just a straight up asshole pretty much the entire time, picking on Bob and generally being a pain in the ass to everyone in the movie. He's also seen as mostly incompetent, constantly wrong at every turn and one-upped by the other characters. He's who the movie needs him to be, not who he was before. Not to mention his character arc is odd. You'd think during his trip into the void, when everyone was seeing the things that haunt them the most, he'd be revisiting his dead friend or reliving the moment where he killed the terrorist. But instead, it's when he gets in an argument with his wife. I mean, fair enough,
serious?
I guess, but that's not exactly the most intense thing he's gone through, and the audience actually knows that. Red Guardian is also another character that's essentially been repurposed for the sake of the script's needs. Instead of meeting the characters where they were at, back where they left off, they've been rejigged to cater to the plot, for better or worse. Red Guardian has been reduced down to a one-note joke, basically playing the loud foreign guy who screams all of his lines. But at minimum, he at least has a character arc here, even though it took him running away from his family again and resetting the character in order for him to have one. And Taskmaster is, well, Taskmaster is a complete joke. She's all over the advertisements for this film, yet she's in the actual movie for all of 60 seconds before being killed and her corpse is rated as a gag. And like I mentioned earlier, Yelena has absolutely zero things to say about it, even though their characters have the biggest connection outside of her and Red Guardian. So why even bother having her in this thing? Speaking of things that make you say, why even bother having them? Ghost is another character that's effectively useless and adds practically nothing to the story. It's almost like Ghost is a throwback to pre-modern audience movies, when they needed a token minority character instead of a token white character like most movies do now. Post-film release, rumors have swirled that she had a lot more to do in the original script, but they decided to cut it. For reasons I'll never know, because having a cardboard cutout for a character to just tag along with everyone else stands out like a sore thumb. In addition to being useless, her phasing abilities work until the script needs them not to, something that's also an aggravating contrivance the movie goes through repeatedly. Now, stop me if I'm repeating myself, there's another wasted character. This one is beloved though. Congressman Bucky Barnes. We'll ignore the fact that him becoming a congressman is the 8,000th argument why this dude should have been Captain America instead of Sam Wilson. If he's good enough to join the government in an official capacity, he's good enough to wield the shield. The Winter Soldier redemption arc was sitting right there and they completely ignored it for this mess. But yeah, I digress. Sebastian Stan once again rests squarely on the back burner in this movie, like he's done nearly every time he's been on screen since signing that 9-picture deal. What the fuck are they even doing with this guy? Sure, he's technically an Avenger now, but he has little to nothing to do in this movie and certainly doesn't have anything resembling a character arc. He has a pretty cool scene that reintroduces him as his badass Winter Soldier self when he rescues the group from a military attack, but other than that, he's simply along for the ride. And when he gets the opportunity to have any reflection at all once he enters the Void, a place where you'd think Bucky has ample space to explore his psyche, they skip over him completely and just use his past for a Marvel-style unfunny zinger. I repeat, what the fuck are they even doing with this guy? As you can see, there are a lot of characters in the movie, but only so many full-blown arcs to go around. Most of them are along for the ride. They're as placeholders because they are meant to be a team, but the movie is only interested in a few of them. The script hopes that you just remember who they were from previous movies, but then if you actually do, like I was saying earlier, you're actively punished for closely following the MCU, because these characters aren't like their previous versions. Bucky Barnes, writing-wise, is a stand-in for himself. Same for Ghost, Taskmaster is a 60-second gag, and US Agent is a completely different character wearing the skin suit of John Walker. Besides the lack of depth for most characters, the movie also has that obnoxious kind of ending the MCU keeps riding, defeating the bad guy through the power of words. They did it just a couple months ago in Captain America Brave New World, when Captain Wakanda beat Red Hulk by talking to him. And what happens here? Well, they beat Sentry/Void by talking to him, of course. It works a lot better here than it did in Brave New World, but it's still a boring trope that I saw coming from a million miles away. The characters are only as clever as the writers, so as soon as I saw how powerful they made the Void, I didn't think there was any other intelligent way they'd be defeating him other than just giving him a therapy session at the end of the movie. Sure as shit, that's exactly what happened. With all that said, I was still entertained by the movie because there are a few things that work, and they work really well. A movie can have objectively bad parts, but you still walk away somewhat satisfied. And for Thunderbolts/New Avengers, that has to do with the performances. The cast is absolutely fantastic, and they do the best they can with what they have to work with. Even though the characters might be different from where they were left off or are thinly written, the actors make the best of things and really light up the screen. I enjoyed a lot of the banter between the characters, even through that now obnoxious Marvel humor. And it's this kind of work that makes me not hate this new Avengers squad. I actually like them and want to see more of them, just in a better written movie. Out of the entire cast, Yelena and Bob are easily the best of the bunch, which is high praise since everyone does such a wonderful job playing poorly written characters. But they also get the full character arcs of the script, so it helps them stand out. Yelena is played again by Florence Pugh, who's simply fantastic in the role. And yes, she has an obviously put on Russian accent the entire movie, but at least she actually goes for it. Scarlett Johansson, beloved as she is as Black Widow, said fuck all that and just spoke in her normal voice despite also playing a Russian. Yelena is depressed at the beginning of the movie and searching for purpose. She ends up finding it in a few ways. First, in a great scene with Red Guardian and the third.
I have no problem.
N0TRED_GT said I am back. Speaking select emoji. Fire emoji. N0TRED_GT said hi.
Listen, that's not even like a loss on that behalf, because listen, if the Netflix live action show of One Piece can have Luffy speak English when he was a child, and then start speaking in a Brazilian accent when he's grown to be on his own, I think we all can forgive that at this point. Because that was one of the first things I pointed out that was the most weirdest of things. Remember, Luffy is raised by a bunch of British people. He's around. Shanks is British in the live action. His grandfather's British in the live action. That woman he lives with back when he was a kid or took care of him was British. The green-haired one, not the big burly woman from the later on in the series that you get to learn about him and his brothers. Like, everyone is British, but for some god-awful reason, no one thought, this boy is raised by British people. The likelihood of him having a Brazilian accent will be very unlikely. Now, he might have ran into some people who has West Indian accents because this is in the Caribbean or a case may be, and that does happen. Not like that doesn't exist, but the likelihood of him picking up a Brazilian accent when he was speaking straight American words as a child. Bro was speaking American, like literally American, like fluent American. Weirdest thing ever. That was so weird.
Act where she pours her emotions out to her father and he's there for her. Secondly, with her interactions with Bob, who she connects with.
So he went like they kind of did to Luffy what they did to Luffy like they did to Wonder Woman. Because in Wonder Woman, I think if you watch the first movie, her young self speaks straight up American. But when she gets older, she speaks in this Amazonian accent, I think, if I remember right. So, what the fuck? It's so strange.
Over their joint sense of sorrow. And lastly, she gets what she desired professionally, as much as a professional killer can get anyway, when she gets to be the face of the new Avengers. And Lewis Pullman is fucking amazing as Sentry/Void, who jumps back and forth between the timid Bob and all-powerful Sentry. This is, in a lot of ways, Yelena and Bob's movie, so I'm thankful to say the script doesn't let them down. Well, as long as you don't count that cop-out of an ending I talked about. With the reveal of the Thunderbolts being the new Avengers and Disney's marketing gimmick really driving that home, it feels like this is the apology Avengers. It's like Disney screened this movie, realized they had something audiences would actually like, and said, you know what? Fuck Sam Wilson, let's make this squad the Avengers 2.0. Yes, there's an obnoxious mid-credit scene where we find out that Sam Wilson is suing them for copyright infringement. This man has gone from virtuous do-gooder to spearheading the great Avengers copyright drama of 2025. But I don't even know if you can count mid-credit scenes in MCU movies as canon at this point, so I'm just ignoring that, assuming Avengers Doomsday will as well. No matter what, this movie is one flawed piece of filmmaking with a ton of issues that nearly derail it. But wonderful performances by a dedicated cast makes me want to see what they can do in a movie not written like it's trying to revive a dying franchise. Maybe we'll get that in Avengers Doomsday, but considering Marvel quality over the last 5 years, I'm not holding my breath. But I'll repeat, at least this shit is better than Snow White.
Cause I'm an island boy, and I've been trying to make. Oh, I'm an island boy. I'm a just island boy. I'm a just island boy.
Oh my god.
Captain America 4 has hit theaters, and surprise, surprise, the movie that's had a tumultuous production with piss-poor test screenings and multiple reshoots is trash. A choppy, sloppy, poorly edited, and badly written piece of garbage. This movie isn't worth anyone's time, let alone the time of the talent on screen. It's like being forced to listen to 50 Shades of Grey in public.
I let go and come again. And it's sweet and agonizing and intense.
My editor thought this movie was great, so there's some tension behind the scenes here. But I knocked him out with facts like a makeshift boxing match. Let me be clear.
This is shit. This is a table of shit.
Opening lower than Ant-Man and the Wasp and sporting a hilariously bad B- cinema score with a critic score of 50%, this garbage will come tumbling down next weekend. And before anyone tries to tell me it only cost $180 million to make, no, Disney doesn't count as a verified source when it comes to their production budgets. They lie all the time. Like when Forbes produced court documents revealing Disney lied about their budget for Doctor Strange 2, which they reported $200 million for, yet actually spent a staggering $414 million on. And that production had nothing on Captain America 4. So yes, I'll take movies that cost $500 million to make for all the marbles, Alex. Enough about all that. What about the movie itself? Why is it so bad? Well, it's all bad, but let's start at the foundation, the script. Holy Christ, is this thing a mess. It's like the film was written by a committee, not by a person with a singular vision. And that committee was a group of 10-year-olds. It's supposed to be a spy thriller with mystery and intrigue, but they don't just telegraph exactly what's going to happen a mile away. They blatantly tell you what happens. So the audience is constantly 10 steps ahead of the characters. That can work when done right, but here it's clearly unintentional, and it's because it's 2 to 3 scripts mashed into one. It also takes cues from the recent admission by Netflix that they have their screenwriters write as if people aren't watching, so characters say exactly what they're doing while they're doing it, leaving show don't tell by the wayside. Everything is explicitly stated like we the audience are idiots and not the people writing the movie. On top of a stupid plot, the villain is also an absolute fool. He's supposed to be a super genius, a statistical whiz who understands the probability of every outcome, yet he's constantly outwitted by Sam fucking Wilson in the most blunt, simplistic ways imaginable. It constantly boils down to the bad guy thinking Sam would be statistically more likely to commit one action, but then Sam
Artextric's Ko-fi page at
just doesn't, so the bad guy's defeated. It's that fucking dumb. If this is where we're at with Marvel writing, I can't wait to see what they do with the MCU version of Wolverine.
Okay, but where's the girl? you better start talking or things are gonna get a little, let's say, dangerous.
Speaking of Sam Wilson, who the hell is Sam anyway? The movie is so goddamn insecure, it's constantly reminding you that he's Captain America in this embarrassing way of begging you to take him seriously. But we knew who Steve Rogers was. He was a skinny kid who was bullied, and that crafted him. He was the guy that, despite being small before the super soldier serum, would throw himself on a live grenade to save his platoon, even though he was the little guy. His character was on full display. Who he was right there. But Sam is just the next guy. We never really learn anything about Sam, and we still haven't after an entire TV show dedicated to him. Because let's face it, the Winter Soldier was just a side character despite the show being called Falcon and the Winter Soldier. The main character is really just an avatar. He's not anything in particular other than the person holding the shield. So a poor main villain, a hollow main character, what else could go wrong? Absolutely everything, that's what. The movie tries to be 20 things at once. For some reason, it's a sequel to a 17-year-old Marvel movie that most people didn't like, because this is really a follow-up to 2008's Incredible Hulk. It's also a carbon copy of Winter Soldier almost beat by beat, just done like shit instead. On top of that, it tries tying up loose ends from other Marvel projects that have been left dangling, like the Celestials sticking out of the fucking ocean in the Eternals, and it's a soft introduction to the X-Men into the MCU with a major plot device being adamantium. They should have just called this piece of shit Captain America: Loose Ends. You can tell how insecure this movie is because they advertise Red Hulk as a major part of it, yet he was only in it for all of 5 minutes, proving the rumors true. Same thing with Giancarlo Esposito's Sidewinder, who has a grand total of 5 or 6 minutes of screen time. Cap 4 is nothing short of a fascinating disaster, a studio too proud to just shelve it and take a tax write-off like they should have. There's so much to say about it that it's far easier to do so by going through the story beat by beat, so that's exactly what I'm gonna do. We start with Indiana Jones giving a speech right after it's been announced he's won the presidency of the United States. President Jones is taking some undisclosed medication, and given that it's been relentlessly spoiled in the previews that he becomes Red Hulk, how much would you like to bet that this is connected to that? They hide it about as well as the Joker shitting himself.
I know why you choose to have your little...
He wishes he could see his daughter Betty, but alas, she's not here. So he gives a fiery speech about togetherness while looking like a fucking lunatic as he screams into the camera with a Michael Shannon level of fury.
For those of you that have your heads under rocks, which apparently is the majority of this chapter, we have been fucking up.
They show a flashback when he was wearing a fake mustache. Well, it's supposed to be real in the movie, but good God, it's the Kevil mustache removal from the JL reshoots, just in reverse. The news is talking about how President Ford captured the man responsible for the creation of the Abomination, so you immediately know it's the leader from the Incredible Hulk movie. What an incredible mystery they're not laying out here. Like I said, this movie is written by 10-year-olds by committee. We then flash to the title of the movie, and it just says Brave New World because they're smart enough not to say Captain America this time around. Don't worry, they'll tell you Sam's the real Captain America 80 times. We fast forward 5 months later to a shitty looking CGI plane where US military specialists are asking questions to each other about things they already know the answer to because the script can't figure out any other way to get information to the audience. With the superior officer standing behind him watching the screen, the guy asks, "Sir, the bad guy should be handing over the package to the buyer any minute. Do you know what they're carrying?"
That's classified, private face. Now where's Captain Falcon?
Oh shit, here he comes now. Captain Falcon lands and beats up the bad guys in his new suit that was built by the Wakandans. We know this because the script again can't help but straight up tell us through clunky exposition.
How the hell did he do that, private face?
Well, sir, you see his suit was a gift from the Wakandans and it's made out of vibranium. It also does X, Y, and Z and now he can drink his own pee.
Gus from Breaking Bad makes his first of 3 appearances in the entire movie because they needed something to sell this piece of shit in the trailers. Seriously, this dude is in the movie for all of 5 minutes total, but you know, whatever. He's actually pretty intimidating. Not surprising since Giancarlo Esposito is a brilliant actor, and he's also played this character like 20 times in his career, so he has it down pretty well. Falcon America goes after the hostages, while the SEAL team goes after the package. Meow. And we get some poorly choreographed, slow-moving fight scenes that look like shit. The movie continues to just follow the Winter Soldier beat by beat, so like Cap having to fight Batroc on the ship in that movie, when he's trying to save some hostages, Captain Falcon fights generic tank soldier while he's trying to save some hostages. Speaks volumes about how much this is just a watered-down, shitty version of that movie on a good day. Captain Falcon and Colombian sidekick Falcon save the hostages and rescue the package. Again, meow. And the audience stays about 5 steps ahead of the writers because Cap thinks something is fishy. Why didn't the buyer show up? And who is the buyer? Gee Willikers couldn't possibly be the leader, the guy they literally told us about at the beginning of the fucking movie, and didn't just tell us about him, actually showed him lurking around in his lab. How can a movie simultaneously play off like the audience is following along with the mystery after the film itself gave us the answers up front? What kind of retarded bullshit is this? Oh yeah, it's a post-Endgame Marvel movie. Silly me. We just bounce around scenes now in jarring fashion, which just speaks to how many times this movie was reshot, and now we're in Baltimore to reintroduce us to Isaiah whoever the fuck. You probably don't know who this guy is because you'd have to check out the Falcon and Winter Soldier show no one watched. Remember when Marvel said we wouldn't have to watch their shitty TV shows to follow the films?
Ah, fuck you!
Anyway, Joaquin calls him the Forgotten Cat because, yeah, fuck it, anyone can be Captain America now. And he's probably better than Steve Rogers too, or something modern audience pandering. And while they're playing footsies, Captain Falcon gets a call. To his surprise, it's an invite to the White House. He wants Old Man Morpheus to come with him, but he refuses like I do when the boys ask to play another round of ranked play after we got squashed 6 times straight.
The fuck you mean? Nah.
The movie fills in the gaps, like, why does this guy exist? Why is he standing here? Why doesn't he want to go to the White House? Because it knows you didn't watch the TV show where he was introduced. So I asked the question, why bother using him? Why not use Steve Rogers' old ass for this role? It would work way better, especially since most people have no clue who this guy is, and you have to use forced dialogue to get the audience through the scene. Old Man Morpheus doesn't want to go to the White House because the government experimented on him after he took the super soldier serum. But Captain Falcon convinces him to because that's what the plot needs to happen, and away they go. Because this movie's chopped to shit, the story immediately jumps to them at the White House, where Morpheus's phone is on the fritz. We know this because he says, my phone is on the fritz. Good shit, guys. Captain Falcon's brought in to talk to President Ford privately, where he's asked to restart the Avengers. Falcon immediately asks what we're all thinking. Didn't the original Avengers stop working for the government? So why would they now? The answer? Who cares? The scriptwriters are satisfied enough that they brought it up, so fuck the answer. President Jones gives an address about that mysterious package they've been hiding. Meow again. Surprise, it's that thing they revealed in the trailers to try and make this movie palatable. Adamantium. It was discovered at Celestial Island. You know, that thing that's been sticking out of the ocean for the past 4 years worth of Marvel movies without anyone so much as mentioning it. So far, we have a movie that's a carbon copy of Winter Soldier, while being a sequel to Incredible Hulk, trying to make a lost plot point from the Eternals matter, and now trying to soft intro the X-Men. Yes, this is going fucking great. Just call it Cap 4. Plot threads galore. President Ford's trying to keep Japan on board with the Accords, keeping some major powers in unison on what to do with the adamantium. If only he could stop being old and racist.
What's up with the guy with the weird eyes? He handicapped or something?
Before he can make things worse, Old Man Morpheus and some other people clearly become mind-controlled and attack the president. Captain Falcon and some 80-pound, 5-foot woman stop it. No, that isn't a joke. And remember that scene when Cap chased Winter Soldier through the building? Well, this movie does that too, as Falcon chases Morpheus through the White House. This time, though, they subvert expectations because Morpheus doesn't get away. Captain Falcon convinces him to give up before it gets worse. Falcon bursts into the security room to confront President Han Solo, and they're interrupted by Solo's, again, 5-foot, 80-pound security advisor with a speech impediment. Of all things in this movie, this is easily the least believable, providing 0% ability to suspend disbelief. But whatever. Falcon tells her to fuck off.
Don't talk to me, you slut.
But Han Solo reminds Falcon that he's not Steve Rogers, so he can't get into the mix with this, even though he just asked him to restart the Avengers. So the guy who has Black Panther and Iron Man's armor, Falcon's wings, Ant-Man's helmet, and Captain America's shield isn't good enough to lead an investigation. But he's totally good enough to restart the greatest super team the world has ever known. At your convenience, you piece of shit movie. Everyone seems to know something fishy's going on, including the audience, since we already know 1, the people who attacked the president were under mind control, and 2, who was controlling them. But, you know, whatever. This is a mystery. What an espionage thriller. Anyway, since the movie thinks everyone watching it is stupid, we have to go through the motions of the characters discovering the exact same thing they already know and then acting surprised about it. Colombian Falcon knows that Morpheus' phone was on the fritz since he announced it. Then him and the 5-foot white girl watch a CCTV recording of the phone on the fritz. They figure out what they already figured out. The phone did it. Imagine being the actors in this scene, knowing how poorly written the script is, but having to go along with it anyway. I'd go home at the end of the day feeling like Philip Seymour Hoffman in Boogie Nights.
Oh, fucking idiot!
Then, when Captain Falcon's driving around, he's attacked by Gus from Breaking Bad's second of 3 appearances. This is borderline embarrassing because we're supposed to believe 90,000-year-old Esposito is any match for the tank that is Captain Falcon. But what the fuck ever, I guess. Falcon shockingly takes out Sidewinder with one fucking kick, so that's at least realistic. Even though about 20 minutes later, you see an 80-pound woman beat the shit out of 6 trained military men, but we'll get to that. Anyway, after the attack on the president, it's given France and India time to second guess if they should be a part of the Adamantium Accords or whatever stupid ass name the script gives it. In some contrived ass way, as if not teaming up with the world's greatest superpower is the right move here. They tell President Jones that he needs to get Japan back on board, and he could if only he'd stop being so fucking racist.
Konnichiwa! How are y'all feeling? Yeah, boy!
As if this movie couldn't be more simplistic, Captain Falcon and Mini Falcon discover where the call to Morpheus' phone was coming from. A place called Echo 1 Base. Guess where they're going and what they'll figure out. If your answer is the exact same thing I've mentioned 5 times already, you'd be right. The characters are finally going to catch up with what the audience has known since minute 2 of this flick. Next, the forgotten female elf from Snow White is going to talk to the inmates who shot at the president when she sees a guard acting all quirky as he pulls his gun out to shoot them. She absolutely has time to save at least 1 or 2 of them, but waits until the guy kills all 3 of them to draw her weapon. And instead of doing literally anything, she just stands there. This is so poorly edited I had to do a double take. I saw this movie 3 fucking times to write this review, mind you. This is easily the worst editing in the entire movie. But anyway, she calmly waits till the guy just shoots himself in the face. That entire paragraph is a real description of what happens. It's that stupid. And then, yes, there's a lot of and then happening in this film because that's all the writers know how to do. And then President Ford gets a call on Air Force One from the leader, aka the main bad guy in the movie. We're supposed to be shocked, just like President Solo, because the script forgot it already told us who the villain of the movie is 2 minutes in.
It's you. The assassination attempt at the White House. It was you,
says President Ford, blissfully.
You know, it's a very bad look when you're a billion-dollar company and you have lawyers, writers, directors, all these different positions of people that you have on payroll who are supposed to be the top list of your top, the top of the top, the best, the top of the tier, right? And what's wild about all this is that no one who saw this script, read this script, went through this script, and which is funny because this story has went through several revisions and it's still ass. How does it go through 3 or 2? I think it went to 2 or 3 revisions, probably 4 revisions, 4 or 3 revisions, and still ass. How? And it takes a lonely YouTuber like this one or anyone that we listen to point out the inconsistencies of what's going on. And they don't make even half of what these people make on this Hollywood train. And for some odd reason, they can't write a story if their life depended on it. How is that possible? That's crazy. I will be angry. If I was Walt Disney, I will be angry. Just angry under just all. If I was Stan Lee, I'll be just as angry. And Jack Kirby, I'll be angry.
Unaware how fucking stupid he sounds to the audience. No, shit, it was him. The leader speaks with the same voice as the villain from Madame Web. First it was Amelia Perez, now this. I guess Madame Web had way more influence than we could have imagined. Of course, it was me. It's a good thing you didn't know today was the day you were going to die. Or something like that. Next, Captain Falcon and Mini Falcon arrive at the secret base, like a shitty copy of the scene from Winter Soldier when Cap and Black Widow enter a secret base. Because this movie has absolutely no identity. And what a surprise, they discover exactly what they already know. The phones were used to mind control Morpheus and the others and force them to attack the president. How did it manage that, you ask? Well, you came to the right place. It's a complex answer, you see, and Captain Falcon explains it. He created technology to mind control them. That is no joke, the answer to the big mystery. How were they mind controlled? Why, through technology, silly pants. That's how intelligent this script is. It's the scene from Thank You for Smoking, but it actually means it.
Cigarettes in space.
It's the final frontier, Nick.
But wouldn't they blow up in an all-oxygen environment?
Would they?
Probably, but It's an easy fix. One line of dialogue. Thank God we invented the, whatever device.
This movie has absolutely no confidence in itself, and with writing this bad, I can understand why. The leader reveals himself to Falcon and Mini Falcon, again, the script thinking it's a big shock to the audience too, which makes it unintentionally hilarious if not sad and pathetic, and reveals his evil plan to them because of course he does. Falcon America has an aha moment and realizes what's going on, because like Britney Spears, he's the last to know. And the leader sends in a bunch of mind-controlled military guards after them to slow them down instead of just straight up killing them by obliterating the room or any other million different ways he could have just taken care of them. And he says he wants them to die too. He says, "You're a fascinating problem," showcasing just how desperate the script is to make Sam Wilson interesting. Oh, and did you know he's Captain America? The movie reminds you of that again in case you forgot how desperate they are for you to accept him. The 5', 80-pound white chick shows up to save them. I'm not joking. And she kicks the shit out of all the guards because of course she does. For a movie that desperately wants to be Winter Soldier, gone are the quick-cut kinetic action scenes, replaced by tedious, slow-moving garbage that looks ridiculous and just plain boring. Elsewhere, President Ford loses Japan as an ally for the Accords because he's just that old man who can't stop being racist.
Yeah, what is that?
Yes, a Taiwan Tammy. She on runway and do a drag queen and nails.
Are you kidding me? That is extremely racist.
Isn't that awesome? I'm so excited about this one.
Jokes aside, it's really just this hyper-convoluted idea by the leader to create some sort of war between Japan and the United States in order to make Harrison Ford's daughter madder at him. I'm not fucking kidding. That's the evil villain's plan. See, President Indy misses his daughter Betty. You remember her from 17 years ago.
Because you're a good little consumer and saw Incredible Hulk, right?
Well, anyway, Betty is still mad at him about Bruce Banner, and the leader was locked up and used as a science pet project by Ford and never got the pardon he was promised. So to get back at him, he's going to instigate a war between Japan and the United States. Yes, Japan of all places, because this script was too much of a pussy to pick China, since Disney has too much money wrapped up in their government. So President Indiana Jones decides to get the adamantium himself off of Celestial Island, because that makes all kinds of sense. The president going to the island himself.
Right.
But don't worry, the bad guy is such a genius, a statistical whiz, such a probability machine, that he's constantly outwitted by Sam fucking Wilson of all people, and he's about to be again. Sam asks Gus about the situation for Esposito's third and final scene in the movie, and he explains to Sam exactly what we already learned. The whole thing's a ruse to make Ross look bad. Great writing, right? Who would have guessed that? Am I right? Captain Falcon and his sidekick fly to Celestial Island and intercept President Ford, who he confronts about the situation. Ford admits to everything, which we've already heard at least half a dozen times, but the script is so worried we didn't get it the first time, it goes over it once more. And he also reveals that the pills he takes were given to him by the leader to save his life. Shocker, I know. The leader mind controls a couple pilots who instigate a fight with the Japanese fleet, and Captain Falcon and his bitch fly around amongst shitty CGI backdrops and stop them. Ross, meanwhile, is struggling with the pills he takes, and he's clearly trying to stop from turning into Red Hulk. The leader even calls him and tells him that the pills are filled with gamma radiation because
the best kind of prize is a surprise.
Madam Web-voiced bad guy realizes that his antagonistic monologuing can't convince President Ford to change into Red Hulk yet because the plot doesn't want him to, and does that cringe villainous scream thing. After the debacle, Sam is watching his partner get operated on because he was hurt in the skirmish. You know, through the cliche window thing that isn't real in operating rooms. Even in good movies they do this stupid shit, so it's not exclusive to this one, but it certainly adds to the half-ass flavor of it all. Finally, the real Captain America replacement shows up, Bucky Barnes. If you're in the online world like me, you've probably heard plenty of arguments about why Bucky shouldn't have been Captain America over Sam by complete morons. Their arguments boil down to the fact he was a brainwashed killer before all this, so no one would accept him. Yet here he stands on the verge of being a fucking congressman in this movie. A congressman. Where will the goalpost be moved next? He gives Sam a pep talk and lets him know that because the scriptwriters need you to think he's better than Steve Rogers, he just flat out tells him. He says, Steve gave people something to believe in, but you give people something to aspire to. This movie can go fuck itself. 2'7" tall white girl walks in looking shorter than ever and talks about how hot Winter Soldier is, and that inspires inspire Sam to keep trying to save Isaiah or some stupid shit. See, Isaiah, or Old Man Morpheus, is going to get the fucking death penalty even though he didn't kill anyone, because that's how childish this movie is. And by God, Sam's got to do something about this goofy turn of events. Next, dumbass villain the Leader shows up and kills Sam's friend who is investigating the pills President Ford takes. He's about to call Sam and tell him that the pills are filled with gamma, but Leader takes him out before he can. He does this so he can just show up in front of Sam and tell him himself? What the fuck? So he kills the guy to delay it by just a few minutes, basically, for no reason. This movie is such a mess. Holy shit. That's right. After he kills the guy, he pops up in front of Captain Falcon and is like, bah, I've been had. The probability something something. Or some dumb bullshit the script can't articulate. And that's how smart this guy is, constantly outwitted by the fucking Falcon. The Leader gives himself up to the authorities because whatever. I don't even care anymore. I just want it to end. And Falcon runs off to stop the president now that he realizes the pills are filled with gamma, or whatever. President Ford is about to give a speech in front of the White House about how the Accords have been working.
About to finish up. We're about to finish up. Finally near to the end. Just gotta put in the stuff and I'll be done.
Worked out. But then main villain dude takes a cue from Batman Returns and plays his phone conversation with the president over the speakers. Yes, this movie steals from another much better movie. Again, the recording plays for everyone to hear publicly, and President Jones is enraged that everyone now knows he has a soft spot for crack cocaine or something.
It's 7 o'clock on the dot. I need a crack rock on the spot.
This revelation sends him into a rage, and he finally turns into Red Hulk, which acts and looks suspiciously like regular Hulk, but whatever. The Secret Service, charged with protecting the president, then turn and start firing on him because this movie's functionally retarded. And this, sure as shit, enrages the red dude further, so he starts attacking and killing people. Luckily, Captain Falcon shows up, and thank God.
What? Oh, he's dead, I think. Oh, but what? So let me get this straight. He turns into Red Hulk, and you guys start firing at him because you think that's going to stop him? Not knowing that we already know what the other Hulk can do, and Abomination, but for some odd reason, you guys think your tiny little pistols are going to make much of a difference towards a red version of a Hulk? My God. It's like you guys don't know you're in your own universe. It's like what the hell? What the fuck?
He has a suit of armor from Wakanda and the wings of Falcon.
And it's not like the dude's in mid-transformation. He's already transformed.
In the mask of Ant-Man and the tech of Iron Man so he can survive all this. But don't worry, the movie will remind you that he's just a man, minus being geared to the gills more than any superhero in the entire MCU. Even though Steve Rogers had super soldier serum flowing through his veins, in the original Avengers movie they were smart enough not to have him fight the Hulk because it would make no sense. They had teched out people or demigods like Thor fight him because they're the only ones who could handle it. Stark had to have a literal Hulkbuster suit to do it. But that's how powerful Sam is at this point. Power levels, the script needs something exciting to happen, so Red Hulk it is. Let's disregard the constant reminder that he's human regardless of the tech that's superior to everyone's in the past. I swear the inconsistency is mind-numbing. Anyway, they fight it out in shitty CGI fashion like we usually see in a Marvel movie, and Sam wins because obviously, and despite Red Hulk still not giving up, Sam uses the power of words to stop the beast. That's right, the big advertised monster that's been in every trailer for this movie is in it for all of 5 fucking minutes. Amazing, isn't it? He returns back to his Old Man Ford form and is carted off to the Raft prison for his crimes. Old Man Morpheus is freed, and Sam visits Mini Falcon in the hospital and complains about the difficulties he faces trying to replace Steve Rogers, which is a legitimate thing because he's in this movie that's trying to convince us he's the real deal. Get the fuck out of here. Anyway, Ross gets to see his daughter Betty again because he's a good boy now, and that's it. That's the fucking movie. To put a giant FU stamp on the fact the audience is 10 steps ahead of the movie at all times, we have to watch Sam Wilson be cryptically told about the multiverse in the post-credit scene. What a revelation, huh? When I first started writing this review, I really disliked the movie, but now that I watched it 3 times for the plot breakdown, I absolutely despise it. It's everything wrong with Hollywood and in particular the MCU right now. Somehow bloated despite a short runtime. Aimless, exists for completionist sake and not for anything meaningful. Has nothing to say at all. Is pure consumer product made for the lowest common denominator and contributes absolutely nothing to cinema. This is the kind of movie Scorsese was talking about when he said Marvel movies were theme park rides. Except this one is on rusty rails and its brakes don't work. But it's a Disney theme park, so you already signed a waiver and your family will lose the lawsuit.
Damn.
Deadpool and Wolverine pulled off exactly what it needed to. It's a damn good reason to go to the theater, for which I'm certain Regal and AMC are grateful to their Disney overlords. It's the start of Marvel's apology tour for their toilet water movies the last few years, deciding to play it as safe as possible and feeding us the McDonald's of cinema, with main ingredients consisting of unapologetic nostalgia and fan service. But it's also a surprisingly heartfelt farewell to Marvel's Fox universe, and Disney thankfully didn't burden this movie with the weight of saving the MCU. They're leaving that to their Robert Downey Jr. panic casting. I don't like describing a movie as fun, but that's really what this one is. It's fun. Not that MCU movies are the height of cinema, but Deadpool and Wolverine is a happy meal. There's no nutritional value and there might be some gut rot, but you're not supposed to eat that shit all the time. It's a little treat. Now, if you've seen a Deadpool movie, this one's like DMX on a roller coaster. You're getting exactly what you expect. Ryan Reynolds has Deadpool down to a formula, probably why Kevin Feige used this movie to momentarily stop the bleeding of the dying Marvel Cinematic Universe. A third Deadpool movie is the safest of bets, an absolute home run in the right hands and something that should be impossible to mess up. And with Wolverine added, this was the predictable, guaranteed box office hit they desperately needed. Just how nervous fans were about Marvel screwing this up is indicative of how far the MCU's fallen. But hey, Disney deserves credit for not fucking up the unfuck-upable, so good job. We're talking about a film that in a bizarre way was going to be above normal criticism, and it has to be if you want to enjoy it. If you think about the plot for 2 seconds, it completely crumbles under its own stupidity, and it was always going to. It definitely feels like Ryan Reynolds and the writing team used the meta-ness of the Deadpool character to justify a lot of lazy-ass writing, but the good stuff is damn good. Does it feel like there's any substance? No. Did I expect it? Also no. Fair or not, Deadpool and Wolverine is going to be judged on if it did what the broader audience expects, which is make people laugh, let Hugh Jackman be Wolverine, and just general Deadpool buffoonery, bullshit, and shenanigans. And yep, all boxes checked. The plot of Deadpool and Wolverine is, well, kind of pointless and makes no fucking sense because of the contradictions it creates, but we'll get to that. The story, little as there is, exists to get Deadpool and Wolverine in a buddy action comedy scenario, and with a fourth wall breaking character, you have a built-in excuse to be as lazy as you want. The movie makes sure to do exactly that, for better or worse sometimes. We start with a flash forward on Earth 616. Deadpool's being interviewed by Happy Hogan for a spot on the Avengers, and he gets told promptly to eat shit. According to Happy, the Avengers is for selfless heroes, not for people trying to win back a stripper. We then go back in time to Deadpool's birthday party, and Mr. Wilson's taken away by the TVA. You know, that obnoxious reminder of sloppy MCU world building? They take him to meet Mr. Paradox, who offers him a spot in the sacred timeline, or rather Earth 616, where we just were. He'll want to take Paradox up on the offer too, since apparently his universe is dying. See, when Wolverine died back in 2017's Logan, the universe lost its anchor being. Or in real world terms, without a lead character to anchor the story, the writing is doomed to go to shit and audiences stop caring. A universe decays over several thousand years when the anchor person dies, but Paradox has a little MacGuffin to end universes faster. Because the movie needs to put the characters in some sort of time crunch jeopardy, contrived or not, damn it. Deadpool, not wanting his world to die, steals Paradox's little iPad and jumps universes looking for a variant of Wolverine to replace his dead one and thus stop his world from destruction. Does all that make sense? Absolutely fucking not. I'll break down the Earth Killer-sized plot holes, but a note. There's a difference between this and other poorly written Marvel schlock as of late. At the very least, I am entertained.
Why does this feel kind of like what they did with Spider-Man Beyond Into the Spider-Verse? Or Beyond the Spider-Verse? Whatever. The one with the in the first movie. And then the first movie actually tells in the second movie about Peter's death.
An excuse to see live-action versions of classic comic Wolverines begins while the cameo machine simultaneously starts. And dipshit Deadpool doesn't just snag any Wolverine. He apparently kidnaps the worst Wolverine in the multiverse, who was convinced by Deadpool to help him under the premise that the TVA could go back in time and fix his fuck-ups. Instead, Paradox prunes Deadpool and Wolverine to the void, where they start their buddy comedy adventure through various brown CGI spots, running into excuses for fan service and cameos galore. The two duke it out in a profanity-laced fight to kick things off, and it's made for sheer visual glory. Two beings who can't die trying to kill each other doesn't make for a fight with stakes, but it's pretty fucking fun to watch. They make it to the edge of the void where they meet more cameos along with another villain, Cassandra Nova, a variant sister of Charles Xavier. Deadpool gets Johnny Storm killed by exposing him as a Cassandra shit-talker, before they eventually escape and meet Nicepool, the other half of Ryan Reynolds' shtick. They gather all the cameos to battle Cassandra and escape the void, and they do just that in over-the-top CGI gore and shenanigans. Cassandra's betrayed by Pyro on behalf of Paradox because the movie needs to give her motivation for the finale, and Wolverine saves her, sparking a momentary truce allowing them to escape. Cassandra's decided to use the Time Ripper MacGuffin to not just destroy Deadpool's world, but everything in the multiverse, because villain reasons. Thankfully, Deadpool and Wolverine join forces in a video game quick-time sequence to stop her, and Wolverine's now called the best Wolverine because the MCU really needs you to care about this one pronto so we can get to the Avengers movies. My movie summary's tongue-in-cheek because, as sloppy as the script is, this movie has a lot in common with Spider-Man No Way Home, which I still hold in high regard even though it's a heavily flawed nostalgia-laden film. That's what Deadpool and Wolverine is too, and neither movie has plot holes you could headcanon your way out of. The issues are there, but having characters with a bit of heart goes a really long way in enjoying a story. Objectively, the script for this movie is a complete fucking mess, and you can feel how rushed Marvel was to get this out. It has 5 writers, including Reynolds himself, and the movie was pushed into production then abruptly shut down due to writer's strikes. With Ant-Man 3 and the Marvels bombing, Disney needed a hit, so a lot was riding on this to be successful. For what they managed to produce in the time frame they had, they did a great job. This wasn't a movie written by activists with no IP knowledge, it was made from fans.
Kofi page at.
I mean, seeing Hugh Jackman's reaction to the final fight is proof this man is one of us. There's also shoddy visual work too. From the opening sequence of a bloody Deadpool against a Snow White backdrop that looks incredible, to the boring bland brown of the void. This movie definitely could have used another year of production. It's the kind of movie where they'll Star Wars it to death in the future. With physical media dying, in the near future they'll probably give unfinished movies like Deadpool and Wolverine a new save file, with upgraded CGI and buffs like a fucking video game. They already do it with Star Wars. Watch a physical VHS copy of the special edition from the 90s, and then whatever version they have on Disney Plus now. They're not the same movie. They even do that with movies in theaters. The audio problems from Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse comes to mind, and man, this movie calls for a software update. I also ask the question, why does every movie produced by Disney have that look to it? No matter the director, there's a sheen to their movies with a distinct lack of grit. It really does set this one apart visually from its predecessors. An interesting takeaway from Deadpool and Wolverine is that Marvel's very aware of its own problems. Disney and even Kevin Feige himself have deflected criticism of Phase 4 and 5, digging their heels in the ground about review bombing just this past weekend. They say that while simultaneously taking in all of the criticism they've been receiving the past few years and doing everything in their power to correct it. Deadpool's fourth wall breaks are used to address the MCU's issues head on. Deadpool congratulating Wolverine on joining the MCU, which he admits is at a low point right now, is the first sign Feige listens to the fans. Does he say that he cares what you have to say? Absolutely fucking not. And the movie's plot point about the importance of anchor characters to an entire universe is strikingly similar to a video I made 2 years ago about the importance of having what I called an anchor character for the MCU, like Iron Man was, or wait for it, Hugh Jackman was, for the Fox universe. Yes, I'd say the anchor being plot is more a meta-commentary for the MCU dying without a central figure like Robert Downey Jr. It's why I mentioned in that same video they'd need to be focused on either Wolverine or Doctor Doom, who they'd get to return, by the way. I was right. Feige can say whatever he wants, but it's like someone at Marvel is watching YouTubers and taking notes. And maybe too much at face value. I thought they'd cast someone new as Doom and Wolverine, but they literally got Hugh Jackman back and Downey Jr. for a heel turn. Amazing. That's Marvel's answer to their problems. They're going back to the well, but at least it's better than the shit they've been pumping out, so judging by the box office numbers, it's a safe decision on Marvel's part while they figure out what to do for the rebooted MCU of Phase 7 and beyond. Deadpool and Wolverine's meta jokes show the studio can be honest about its mistakes, even though no one would say it outside a joke that has plausible deniability, but we'll take what we can, I guess. As mentioned before, this movie is going to be viewed outside normal criticism for the vast majority of people seeing it. Who cares if something makes sense in a movie that breaks the fourth wall, am I right? But it's similar to an argument made for Godzilla x Kong, or any other random meta movie like Barbie even. Especially with MCU apathy in mind, mileage will vary on how much even fans care about the story problems. But let's take a look at some just for shits and giggles. Number 1, it's previously been established in the MCU that if a variant winds up in a universe outside their own, their displacement would lead to an incursion and the destruction of the universe they're inhabiting. But the entire reason Deadpool and Wolverine wind up together is because Deadpool's trying to save his universe by permanently replacing Logan with a variant. Yet, in Multiverse of Madness, Stephen Strange was captured by an alternate Avenger squad who wanted him the fuck out of there because his presence would cause the destruction of their universe. Even though their world Strange was, wait for it, dead. There's some validation for the nothing in the multiverse matters jokes. 2 movies inhabiting the same universe contradict each other regarding the overarching storyline. New motto is welcome to the MCU. Who cares? Number 2, a universe starts to decay when its anchor being dies. How did it exist before the anchor being existed? Were there previous anchor beings? Will there never be another one? So the universe's most likely billion-year history rests solely on the 80-year at best lifespan of one human being. I know it doesn't make sense and it doesn't need to, but it's still there no matter how you feel about the movie. And there are a lot of examples in the movie like this, where I don't even think Mahler would want to go through them all. But again, I understand that's the point. Marvel's continuity and overall story has always been played a little loose, but it seems like we're at the point of fuck the story, hit the emergency fan service button. And goddamn does this thing commit to fan service, where the movie isn't so much a movie but more a celebrity guessing game of who could they afford with a Disney level budget. That's where this kind of thing gets you. It is cool to see a lot of the fan service key jangling wish fulfillment moments that have eluded fans all these years. If there was some substance to the first 3 MCU phases, then Deadpool and Wolverine is the start of the apology tour for the last few years of shit movies. Even if it looks goofy. When Channing Tatum walks out as comic accurate Gambit, I was happy to finally see it and also glad we never got a solo movie. More cameos from Fox's past creep in, like Jennifer Garner's Elektra, but no Ben Affleck. Was it budget constraints, or maybe Affleck's done with superheroes as he deals with the burden of existing? This poor fucking guy. The big return though is Wesley Snipes as Blade. Still looking badass at 60, they let him actually say something along the lines of, "There's only ever gonna be one Blade." A line Marvel allowed that I'm sure Mahershala Ali is pleased with. Knowing Snipes' history, it's not crazy to think he negotiated that line into his contract. And Blade gets the best deal out of all the cameos. They wouldn't dare make him look uncool. He even gets to throw the ice skating uphill line for some seal claps. Another person sneaking in from the Fox universe was Chris Evans as Johnny Storm. His brutal murder in the movie serves as a lesson. They can afford Chris Evans for this, and he's 100% going to be back as Captain America in Secret Wars. And yeah, all these cameos are unabashed key jangling, but they're at least here because the film, flaws and all, was made by people who love the property. That's proven by the end credits, where Good Riddance plays over a montage of behind-the-scenes footage. That gets the Hallmark commercial single-serving emotional resonance, but it's simultaneously earnest all the same. And that leads me to Hugh Jackman as Wolverine, who's the big gimmicky selling point of this movie. These stunt casting things are gimmicky since the story has to work through contrivances to bring the character back, but I'm open to anything as long as it's executed well. So does the movie give a good enough reason to bring Hugh back? Yes and no. It pulls the same thing the Loki show did. The character of Loki died during the events of Infinity War, but the writers really need you to be emotionally invested in this time variant version of him the exact same way. So the variant Wolverine, much like the variant Loki, is the exact same character as the previous one up to a point. It's a quick way to essentially bring someone back from the dead without actually doing it. The story excuse to bring him back barely matters. What actually does is the psychology behind it, at least to Marvel. General audiences won't care too much if this is the same Wolverine, as long as it's the recognizable face of Hugh Jackman playing him. For what it's worth, I found the desecration of Logan's corpse at the beginning of the movie a wild thing to write. I found that pretty funny, but also over the top. James Mangold's pulling an Arthur right now, I'm sure. Also, if Deadpool could go back to any point in his timeline, why not just go back to a point where Wolverine's alive? Just whatever. Basically, we just have to accept that Wolverine's back, and yay, it's Hugh Jackman. And damn, he brings the intensity in a few scenes that carry all the emotional weight in the movie, and serve as a reminder of how great of an actor he is. Between Logan and Deadpool and Wolverine, I think he's made up for the decades of movies where he didn't get to say my favorite word, fuck. Using it so liberally it even made me question if it was excessive. By the time he dons the mask, the fan wish fulfillment is in full effect. On an IMAX screen, watching Hugh Jackman in full comic Wolverine attire slash through his enemies is 25 years in the making, and Marvel gave us what we wanted all those years. Unfortunately, it's in a completely meaningless sequence where all the enemies come right back to life, but for a quarter pounder with cheese, it fulfilled my needs, empty as those calories are. As for Ryan Reynolds as Deadpool, I have to be objective. He understands the character and plays him well. I just don't find Reynolds particularly entertaining. I think his shtick is best served in small doses because he's a one-trick pony and things get old really fast. Jackman beating the shit out of him and verbally tearing him to shreds throughout the movie is satisfying on a meta level. Regardless of how I feel about him, audiences resonate with him. I've said before that Reynolds as Deadpool makes the superhero movie for people who don't like superhero movies, and I stand by that. So if you've enjoyed that Deadpool series up to this point, you'll certainly love Reynolds in the role again. Deadpool and Wolverine was able to succeed because it wasn't burdened with the weight of saving the MCU storyline, but its success at the box office certainly showed Marvel a path forward to save the next phase. Nostalgia, nostalgia, nostalgia. Robert Downey Jr. coming back is no mistake, and it'll play into audience psychology again. Just like seeing Hugh Jackman, it doesn't matter if Downey's playing a variant or different character. Seeing him back in the MCU is the least bold strategy possible, but for Deadpool 3 to be R-rated and open to 200 million, it looks like it'll be good enough to get fans back in the seats for at least 2 more Avengers movies. GG's.
Make me happy.
Alright, so I'm going to end it here. I'm pretty much done at this point. I did everything I needed to do. I'm just doing the coloring part, and that's not all that important and all to be honest. So I'm going to let everyone go. Thank you for watching. I was supposed to be off like 3 hours ago, but I got lost listening to this and other things. So with that said, have a great night, everyone, for those who sat here and watched this, or at least watched and listened on YouTube. If you was on TikTok, you didn't hear a damn thing. So you probably was just wondering why I was randomly laughing out of nowhere. So I said several times, come over here. But since you guys stayed over there, that's your fault. Anyway, so with that said, I'm going to have Ernie let you guys go. Have a great night. Thank you, Bri, for helping me and all that stuff. I'm out. Thank you, guys. Bye-bye. Boop.